Okay. Make sure the volume's up a decent amount. Okay. Yeah, it is. All right. Let Brooke know I'm on. Hi, baby. Meow. Oh my goodness. Miss Verbal, I love you. What you being so verbal about? What you being so verbal about? Come here. Come here, BB. Anyway, my silly cat. Um, hi. Um, well, this trip, that's what I was just getting at. This trip was, I mean, yeah, it was better. You know, it was definitely a lot better than last time. But there were still some issues, like, you know, Carl got majorly lost a couple of times and had to reroute himself, and we had to keep calling Chelsea to, you know, uh, tell him where we were. And, you know, it's like, where do we need to go? You know, where do we need to switch? Where do we go wrong, kind of thing. But when we finally got down there, um, let's see, Friday night was, yeah, I mean, it was okay, you know. Uh, Carl, yeah, it was. It was better this time. But there's still the issues of, you know, Carl, it's very stressful riding with him because, you know, he triggers so easily and he gets upset so easily. Because he is the type that when he gets lost and he knows that he's lost, he gets mad, you know. And I think it's about silly, but he does. He gets mad, and me, I get scared. I get really scared, and then when I can manage to calm myself down, then I, you know, daughter some startup money for her business, her vinyl business that she's all excited about. She's got a lot of products already made. She's got a lot of orders that have already come in, but now she's got the money to get more vinyl, to get more shirts and stuff like that because the I've never done such a thing. Yeah. Yeah, we did. We ended up going like 20 miles out of our way. I think it was somewhere around there. But we was able to reroute and get ourselves back on the right track with his daughter's help. Actually, his daughter put Lisa on the phone, and she was able to get. Yeah, it's yeah. See, vinyl is you know, I'm really impressed with Chelsea. She's done some really, you know, good work. She's got some t-shirts made up. She's got some onesies for little babies. She's got like a handful of shirts and stuff, and then of course she had, I guess, this one lady um, placed an order with her or something, and Chelsea got the products made for her, and she had them hanging up, you know, separate from the other stuff, so she wouldn't have to dig through and find it. And this lady reneged on her, meaning they backed out. They didn't pay the money. So now she's stuck with this outfit that, I mean, yeah, it's only going to fit a certain size person. She had some sweatpants and I think some kind of long sleeve shirts. I would have loved for her to have made me a set that I could just, as a gift, you know, that I could take home. It was really cold down there. It was really cold down there, though. Um, yeah, as soon as I have any of that information, I'll let you know. She's got some really nice designs that she showed me and stuff, and also the vinyl that she has right now, it's glittery. So she's got pink glittery, she's got blue glittery, I think black, if I'm not mistaken. Um, excuse me. Now, answer me this: as a mother, okay, which you and I both are, if you gave your child startup capital to get their business going, how would you? I mean, would you expect them to pay you back for giving you the money to get the business started? Um, I don't know. I mean, if they wanted to do it that way, that would be fine. But me, I tend to be more flexible in that area, where it's like, look, if you don't, don't worry about paying me back. Just make me some nice product and give it to me as a gift. That's just me. That's the way I would handle the situation. But Carl, he somehow got it in his head that Justin, which is Chelsea's boyfriend, and Chelsea and Carl were all three going to jointly go into this business together, and that everybody was going to have a part. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, if you're going to do something like that, to me, Carl, I mean, I understand that he, since he is moving down there, he needs something to do, right? He needs something to do to make some money himself. Okay, that's fine, but so I'm kind of, yeah, yeah, and I think that's fair enough. I do. I mean, you can find positions to give your people. Yeah, see, so Carl, he was like really upset that they weren't doing this jointly like he thought. Um, and originally, Carl was going to give her $1,000, I guess, to get it all going. But when in the end, I think he only ended up giving her like it was a little over 600 something, I think, like that, something like that. And he asked her, he's like, "Is that going to be enough to get things going?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, yeah, that'll work, Dad." And then when we left, he was talking about it a lot on the way home. He's like, "Well, I thought the three of us were going to do it together." Yeah, exactly, exactly. See, I knew you would be able to understand it, and that's kind of the way I view it, because this is Chelsea's baby. Okay, she really enjoys the designs, and the machine they have to put the decals on, the vinyl on, or whatever. She really loves it, and it gives her something to do, because she's like, I am not a stay-at-home mom. She's like, I'm not used to this, staying at home, not going to a job every day. Chelsea, in my opinion, she is not lazy. Okay, the poor girl is she's dealing with a lot right now. She's got, let's see, she's got probably half a dozen kids or close to that down there that she's trying to manage, and that she's trying to help them get along, and help teach them life skills, like clean your room, you need to help mommy more. And I was sort of saying that to them as well. I said, you guys need to help mommy more, because if mommy has to keep doing all this by herself, she's going to get sick and she's going to end up in the hospital. Yeah, exactly. So because of COVID and all that it has messed up for people and keeps messing up for people, then yeah, it becomes more of a challenge for some of us to get some kind of a at home business going. Let me see if I can situate my light here, because I think it's whitewashing me out a little bit too much. There we go. Mine without the help of anyone, but also because I didn't want to feel like I owed people money. Yeah, exactly. And so, me personally, I would have handled it this way. I would have said, I would love to do this with you, honey, but if you want to do this on your own, that's fine. However, if any point in the future, especially once you get things going really good, you need extra help for some reason, like whether it's deliveries or ordering more product or whatever, so you can just focus on getting the product out there before your customers go, no, this is taking too long, we're out of here, bye. So to me, it was wrong of Carl to give her the money and then keep reminding her that, anytime you want to send me any. Exactly. And, he's like, well, whenever you want to send me any, blah, 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 I'm not sure how to do that or how to handle it or blah, blah, blah. And he kept repeating himself. He kept repeating himself. So his attitude to me was also wrong, because it's like, well, in my head, I would not verbally speak this to Carl. I know better, because it's not worth the argument it will cause. It's like, Carl, first I would ask him, do you love your daughter? I mean, do you really, truly love your daughter? And if he said, yeah, what the hell kind of question is that? Which I could see him saying that. And I'd be like, okay, then why are you putting her in an unfair position, basically saying, well, I'll give you the money, but I want a part of the business, or forget it. Okay. If that is his attitude, which it was, then maybe he should have never given her the money. As much as I hate to say that, maybe he shouldn't have given it to her, because if he can't truly give it to his child as a gift and let her decide what she wants to do with it, let her decide if she wants somebody in the family to help her, like you said, she gets bigger, she gets more orders coming in, then yeah, she may need some help. And I'm sure she will, like, I know she'll say something to me. She'll be like, Aunt Janet, could you help me? And I'd be like, sure, honey, what can I do? And, it's like, as far as the payment part of it, it's like, if you don't really have the cash to pay me during the times that I help, or you want to pay me or whatever, it's up to you. If you want to pay me, great. If you don't have cash, give me product. I don't see anything wrong with that. Make me a couple of nice shirts. Make me a couple of sweat outfits. And then guess what I would do with that? I would wear it, and I basically would be free advertising for my niece. To me, that's still being a part of the business. It's her baby. It's not forcing her to basically let somebody be a part of it because they gave her the money, kind of thing. It will always be very tough working with someone in a business when you either a family relationship with or lover. Yes. So if you guys can't, meet on equal ground, then maybe you should rethink, redo, if it's a lover. Like if you're doing this with like if her and Justin decided to start doing it together, then yeah, there's going to be some kinks, I guess is a good way to put it, that would have to be worked out for everybody so that the business continues to run smoothly, but it's not causing them to fight. You know what I mean? It's like, if it's going to cause you guys to fight, then maybe you shouldn't do this together. Maybe, Justin should find another way to be supportive of her in a way that she's okay with, and that they can sit down as a couple and discuss it, right? So I kept my mouth shut, because I was like, you know what? I know that I would have a better conversation with my niece if I talked to her with him not around. Yeah, exactly. If one is expecting more than the other, then yeah, you're going to have problems. And just like my brother, yeah, he's like, well, I'll do this for you. I'm giving you the money to start up your business. So, but I want to cut, I want a slice of the pie or whatever. And it's like, Carl, again, that's unfair. That is unfair. If you can't truly give this to your daughter as a gift, and you don't have faith enough in her that she will find a way to pay you back. Okay. And if I was Chelsea, I would be very hurt that my own father would be that way with me, that he would be so convinced that, this is what he said when we were driving back. He's like, well, I just kind of feel like now that I've given Chelsea the money, she's just kind of like, thanks, Dad, but fuck you. I don't need you anymore. Get lost, kind of thing. exactly. And again, this is where it becomes a faith and a trust issue. Because if he doesn't have enough faith and trust in his own daughter, who he just here recently, when she moved to Kentucky, did he start becoming an active part in her life. Okay. When Chelsea was little, her and Philip, Philip's her brother, her and Philip, they went through hell. They really did. They were not being taken care of. They got bounced around from to different family members. And I think Chelsea said that it was a certain family member that pretty much raised her. Her mother is a worthless POS. Her mother just wants to digga, do the naughty with somebody and then treat them like crap and then expect them to just like worship her like a goddess. That ain't going to happen. So, but his attitude, it's so stressful riding with him. I hate it because he gets mean. He gets downright mean. He gets hurtful. He makes you feel like, you're the bad guy here and, that everything's somehow your fault or something. He's got completely the wrong attitude. Okay. When like this truck that he bought, he paid $2,500 for this truck. He did not need it. He has a perfectly good running car, but he wanted it. And see, here was his whole attitude. This was an ego stroking thing for him in part. And it was also, be impressed. Look what I got. Oh, wow. I'm somebody special, getting that special. It's like he's wanting special attention from these people that have now become a part of our family. But if it's not the type of attention that Carl feels entitled to, then he throws a fit or he whines about it or pisses and moans or what have you. So I left both of my pillows down there. So I had a hell of a time finding something to use to lay my head on and my leg, have a leg pillow and stuff. But I did find something that worked. I have this really cute, I'll show it to you here in a little bit. It's I've got the tag on it still. It's like a big fluffy pillow, and it's about yay tall, and it's a unicorn. And she's so soft that, I left my pillows down there, but that's okay because the next time I go down there, I'll just remember to grab them and make sure I put them in the car first thing, because the next time I go down there, actually, I plan on going down by myself. If Maria can go with me, that's great. That's all the better. However, going down 93, because it's so twisty, twirly, and you're going up and down hills and you're going around this way and this way and this way and this way and this way, you have to go 35 around one, then you have to go 40 around another, then you got dips and doodahs and blah, 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 blah all over the fucking place, okay? And it's very difficult. It's like you're going through a flipping obstacle course, okay? It's annoying as hell. But because it takes a good few minutes to get through it. And if you go around one of those turns too quick, you're going off into the tree line and you're dead. If you survived that, it would definitely be a miracle. So, we get down there. The kids came out. They, Carl pulled up. Look, this is how bad he is with this whole, in my opinion, this was him ego stroking himself. He pulled up right by the door and blew the horn. One of the kids came by the window and saw, and then he rolled down the window and we both waved. And then when she saw who it was, she's like, oh my gosh, she ran into the living room. She told everybody that was in there, hey, they're here. So then he went over and parked and this and that and whatever. It's like, Carl, you couldn't just pull into your regular parking spot and give Chelsea or whoever else in there, let them come out and see the damn thing on their own. Okay. Don't be like, oh, I'm going to pull up to the door and I'm going to blow the horn and I'm just going to, I'm the king shit here. So I want to show off my shit that he didn't need. Do you know what we could do with $2,500 right now? Come on. And then I drove his ass down there to get the fucking truck in our car, and shocked the shit out of me. He actually gave me $20 for gas. I was like, okay. But by the time we got back, because I had to follow him all the way back home, it was over 100 miles. because we were down in, where the hell was it we had to go to get that thing? It was something called it was a certain part of, I think, like, I want to say Cincinnati or some craziness. I can't think of the name of it, but anyway, this place, it was not, you couldn't get there in 20 minutes kind of thing. It was a couple hours just to get down there, and then that was that same amount of time back. So the 20 that he put in my tank, by the time we got back, it was one hair, what I call nose hair, before the half tank mark, which was basically where it was at. Actually, it was on the half tank mark, I think, before he gave me by the time we got down there to get the truck. So he took it out, drove it around and everything, and made sure that it was running okay and stuff. And then he was pretty much sold. The guy that he got it from was a real nice guy. His name was Paul. He works for Cinta or something like that. And they were out in the boonies, girlfriend. They were down in the you could see forest around you and stuff. It was kind of cool down there. They had a trailer and a daughter, but the woman didn't come out. So I'm guessing that's Paul's old lady or whatever. So we got the truck. I had to follow him then from Paul's place into town to get a temporary license plate. Now, the way they do temporary license plates down there is they're paper. So if you don't have some tape, which he did not, we had to end up stopping at a store after we gassed up the cars. We had to stop at a store that was right across the street so he could get some tape, so he could tape it on the outside of the window, because the truck is red. It's a big red truck. Granted, it's a nice truck. It used to belong to a fireman or something, I guess, that that a fire chief drove it as his like company vehicle or what have you. So it was a steal. He really got a good deal on it, but here's my thought. He really didn't need it. It's like, Carl, you've already got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's already got 5 vehicles that he only drives one of, aside from the truck now, which he parks behind where he parks his car. So once again, I was planning on taking our car, but oh no, he wanted to take the truck. So I was like, you know what? Fine. I'm not going to argue. Let's just get down there, blah, blah, blah. And, but I hate riding down there with him, because he just he makes you want to get out of the car and just walk, or just say, you know what? Forget it. Just take me back, because if I have to deal with your negativity the whole damn way there, I don't want to fucking go. I would rather go with Maria, where we can really enjoy the ride, enjoy our time, not be in a rush to get there or anything. And just, because I know the GPS would get us there. Even if we have to go the route through Portsmouth, yeah, exactly. Even if we have to go the route through Portsmouth, I'm just going to go that way. Okay. Because until I physically drive a vehicle myself, in this instance, our car down there, I'm not going to be able to get used to it. It's one thing to ride down there with somebody. And yeah, you can try and pay attention to, okay, we turned right here onto this and we went down this far, and then we turned left onto this and went down this far, and then we went over this bridge. And, you got to get that shit in your head. You got to get your own map in your head. But until you drive it at least 2 or, for me particularly, at least 3 times, then you're like, oh, yeah, I know exactly where to turn. And it just, the map's there. So you just, oh yeah, we got to turn right here, get on this route, take it down to this route, then switch over. And, it's like boom, boom, boom. And once it, you got that down, then you're fine, because what was once complicated is now easy peasy lemon squeezy. So I'm looking forward to the time when me and Maria can go down there. I've already discussed it with Chelsea. She would absolutely love it if we went down there during the weekday. But my brother said that Chelsea said she didn't want people coming down except on weekends, meaning if we're going to come and visit, we have to do it on a weekend, because otherwise she's dealing with the kids all week. So me, being who I am, I completely trusted and had faith in Carl when he said that. I didn't question it. So later on that night, when I was able to talk to Chelsea about it and Carl wasn't around, she's like, oh no, she's like, Aunt Janet, she said, I would absolutely love it if you and Maria could come down and help me with the house and help me with the kids and, like take care of the baby. I mean, I know between me and Maria, we could get the kids organized, because when you make stuff fun for them and find ways to make it fun and they get something out of it, except, other than good job. And then they just, your parent walks away like it's no big deal. It is a big deal. It's a big deal to those kids. Yeah. And it's a big deal to the kids. So you have to find a way to make it fun. You find a way to make it fun, then you're good. Okay. And since we're on here, sweetie, I'm going to go ahead and make you a mod for this channel too, because I told you that I was going to make you a mod on this channel. So I just did. I made you a mod on this channel now. Because, I mean, I don't know if Holly will pop on or not. My main focus was getting on here early enough my time, because it's only like 5 after 11 a.m. here. But, I've said this before, I want this time to be precious. And yes, you're in blue again. Yay! And it's got the little wrench next to it. I think that's adorable. So, because I think it was this channel, honey, that me and Holly were on a couple weeks ago, and this is where we got flash mobbed. It was this channel when we were just sitting here talking 1 minute, and then a crap ton of people just literally crashed right into, and they were popping up over here in the chat window, and we're both like, "What the fuck? What is this shit? Who the hell are these people?" I mean, it was fucking weird. And so we just got out of there. I was like, you know what? I said, I'm just going to end this live stream, because at that time I didn't know how to get rid of these jackasses. So I didn't bother with it. I said, that's it. I'm going to end my live stream. And I just decided, okay, I'm not going to live stream on the Janelle Mabius one, because, I didn't want to get flash mobbed again, because that's what I call it, is flash mobbed. When, you're like, they're crashing your party kind of thing. And I didn't appreciate that. Now, it may have been a complete accident, and it may have been exactly what Chris said. It may have been some type of a spillover, that it was YouTube's mess up, not mine or anything I did. It wasn't my end. It was their end that got screwed up. They screwed up and should not have let these people into my channel, like what happened. So anyway, back to Carl and that whole situation. And then, yes, I'll get to the fun stuff about the four-wheeling. But, to enclosure, I guess. I don't like going down there with Carl, because he's so damn negative. It is so stressful to go down there with him, because I feel like he takes me so that he's got somebody to talk to. And then most of the time, my end of the conversation is like, yeah, right. Yeah, I know what you mean. So I say very little. I just let him, blah, 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 blah. You've heard him. You've heard him yourself on the phone. He don't know how to shut up. He don't know how to shut up. And Chris says, I talk too much. Well, Carl's worse. Okay. You can be on the phone with him and you're like, okay, bro, I got to go. I got shit to do. And he'd be like, okay. And then he'll start rambling about something else. And it's like, Carl, I got to go. Okay. And then he'll ramble about something else. And it's like, you just get so, you get so frustrated. You just want to choke him and go, will you quit? You're driving me nuts. So I hope that it works out for Chelsea. I'm sure that it will. I have every faith and confidence in her. She will feel a lot better. I'm sure that Justin will be very happy for her when they start raking in the cash, because down there in Kentucky, I guess jobs are scarce. They're just as scarce down there just as they are anywhere else. We should have a border opening party, because the border's open today, right? November 8th. It's like, woo, woo. Okay, enough negative shit. Now it's on to the fun. Well, some of it was terrifying, but I managed. We're sitting outside, and I'm sitting under my little canopy that I love. Woo! Good. So the borders are open. Now you got to get that rest of that good stuff and get that flight booked. So my ass ain't going nowhere till I know when my daughter Brooke's coming, and my ass is not leaving. I ain't going no fucking where. I'll be like, not till my daughter's here. So, and yes, if we can work it out. Now, I can't make any promises. We'll have to see once you get here. But if we can work it out, I'm not saying it's mandatory or that we have to. And this is totally up to you as well. Because I realize, you feel like, and I feel the same way. Since we've been talking this way, we've become quite close, right? The few times that we've talked on the phone and stuff like that. So it's like you've already met me, kind of. The only difference now is actually physically being here so I can wrap my arms around you. And then you're going to need a pry bar to get me loose because I ain't going to want to let go of you. So we're sitting out under the little canopy, and all of a sudden they're just like, so here's my thought. I'm getting too far ahead. If we can work it out, honey, depending on when you're here and all the other stuff that we, decide that we want to do while you're here, maybe, just maybe, we will make a trip down to Kentucky. So if you think you're ready for that, you'll be able to meet that part of the family. There's a lot of kids. Like I said, there's a lot of kids, but you have kids too. So you totally get it. We're both moms. It's just that all my kids are grown and they're, not here. But, yeah, if we can work it out, I would absolutely love to take you down there, and we could stay down there, at least overnight, maybe the 2 days. I'm not sure. But we'll play it by ear. And if we can't do it, that's okay. At least, I had the thought that that's how much you already mean to me and how much I already consider you. Yes, it would. Family. Okay. That I want you to meet other family because, we don't know, like once you have to go back, we don't know how long it might be before, the transition, before things start moving in the direction where you're actually packing and getting ready to move. Okay. So, move here and stuff. But yes, now don't start crying because you'll make me cry. Happy tears, but still. So I'm sitting out there under the canopy, and they got out the quad. They call the quad because it's a 4-wheeler, but it has no cage around it. And then they have two side-by-sides is what they call them. So you can fit like two people. You got your driver and you got a passenger, but it has a cage around it. So it's a lot safer it's a lot more secure than the quad. So, because the quad is just like way, 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 way too open. So Chelsea decided to take me on the quad, and I was all for it because I knew Chelsea would go easy on me because Justin, he will go flying through there like a damn banshee himself. I'm telling you what, that boy has been tooling around those mountains since he was walking and talking, I'm sure. So if you're in the side-by-side with him, you know that you're totally safe. You know that he's not going to do something that's going to terrify you and make the experience scary so that you don't want to do it again. So he's like, I can scare the shit out of you, or I can go easy. I said, please go easy on me because I've never done this before. Yeah. So me and Chelsea went, and I'm telling you what, you cannot describe in words what it feels, the energy up there when you're literally on a trail in the fucking mountains it's indescribable. It's weird. It's like, wow, and I mean, adrenaline junkie. Okay, well then you'd probably be able to handle him scaring the shit out of you. Me, I'm a wimp. But doesn't mean that in the future, once I've done it a few times, that I don't get the gung ho and it's like, let's floor it, man. Let's just do this. But Chelsea took me up past a grave that was literally belonged to a family that lives in one of the houses along the stretch of road that you have to drive up to get to her house. And at this one juncture, when we was going up the mountain and everything, she was actually waving at the neighbors. So apparently they know the neighbors and stuff. And I was like, well, that's cool, because her boyfriend, Justin, he owns the property down there from a certain point to a certain point. Okay. And then I'll show you if I get get to take you up there with me, then you'll know what I mean. But she showed me the graves, and we actually stopped for a minute, and we didn't get off the quad, but she showed me the graves, and I was like, that is absolutely precious. That, my niece has that type of loving, that type of adventurousness about her, like I do, like you and I both have. And how much closer you feel to the goddess when you're actually up there on the trails. Now, some of the trails are treacherous. You do have to go kind of slow, and Chelsea did, but here's where it got terrifying for me. Because of my body weight, I was sitting on a seat behind her. She's a lot smaller frame, a lot smaller build than me. Now, she's got the little baby tummy that she's trying to get rid of, but she doesn't have anywhere close to the weight that I have. So I was terrified that I was going to lean forward or something, or slide forward and literally like crush her or fuck up her back, because her back's already messed up. So the last thing I want to do is be responsible to make her back worse. They have these handles when you're sitting on the seat in the back. They have these two handles that you can hold on to. But because of my carpal tunnel, my hands were going severely numb, and I had to death grip those things, because some of the declines that we were going down were so steep. She purposely went extremely slow. I mean, like, we were barely moving. Okay. But all of my weight was being thrust forward. And she's like, it's okay, Aunt Janet, if you slide up against me a little bit. And I said, I know that, honey. I said, but I'm worried about hurting your back. I'm worried about crushing you. So it was really killing my hands, and my left wrist hurt. Actually, both of my wrists hurt for a while after that one, because all I could do was, I had my toes on this foot. I had literally planted them down next to her foot. So I had to reach this leg further down, and I had to press my toes, basically kind of gripping it the best way that I could while holding onto the handles, because then I felt like I had a little bit more control, and it was a little bit easier for me to hold on. So once we got down and I got off the thing, because she even had to take my left leg and drape it over her own, because there was a excuse me, there was a panel right down here, like where the calf is, where the back of my calf rested, and it was getting warm. I had 2 layers of pants on. That helped a little bit, but I was concerned that, okay, what if it's too much? I don't want to end up with a burn. And I know Chelsea would feel absolutely horrible, because now I'm doing my maiden 4-wheeling with my niece in Bigfoot country, in Kentucky, in the hills. And I'm like, this is really happening. It was amazing. She did a great job. It's just that until I bring my weight down to a more manageable, where it should be, and it's healthier and safer, then I might be able to ride on the quad in the future. And then I'll be like, oh, this is nothing. But my main concern is my wrists, because it was really scaring me that some of these declines were so steep, and I had to hold on so tight, and both of my hands went numb, and I still had to death grip those fucking handles to get us safely down. Because if I would have been forced forward or something, I would worry about messing up her back, and I would worry about like plastering her up against the front of the thing, and I didn't want to do that. So after I got off the quad with her, some of the kids wanted her to take them a ride, but I don't, in the quad or on the quad. I don't know if they did or not. But now if it's one of the little kids, then yeah, it's a lot easier for them. They can hold on to the handles, they can sit behind mommy, and they're good. Because, Juliana, she's pretty much about the same height as me. So she gets some tallness from her dad, I think. Her actual biological dad. Justin's not her biological dad. So, but then I was sitting there not a handful of minutes. I just sat down. And Justin and Brad, who, Brad is Justin's brother. Justin and Brad went for a run up through the mountains and came back. Brad got out, and everybody, my brother, Lisa, which is Justin's mom, Justin, I don't know how many other people, they're like, oh, come on, go ahead, go with Justin. I was terrified. I was it was not that I didn't trust him. I didn't know what to expect. But I was like, okay, okay, okay. I said, golly, everybody just gang up on me. And they started laughing. So I got into the side-by-side with him, was able to fasten the door shut. And they have a bar inside of there, too. And he was real gentle. He didn't do anything crazy. He didn't do anything that would have absolutely terrified me. And I appreciate that. So not only did I get my maiden voyage of four-wheeling in Bigfoot country with my niece, but I also got to do it with her boyfriend. You know, it's just the side-by-sides are definitely better there. You feel a lot more secure, at least I did. I felt a lot more secure and a lot more safe knowing there was more metal around me, you know, kind of thing. But all in all, it was a precious experience that I would not trade for the world. And I knew how much it meant to Chelsea. And I remember thinking in my head, you know, the only thing missing right now from this is having you and Alicia there with me. And that would have just been like the ultimate, you know, girl time that none of us would have wanted to end. But after it was all over, I mean, I did get some pictures this time on my Canon. I was only able to get one on Jim's camera, so he's probably going to be disappointed in that. However, it's not my fault because just as I feared it was going to be, it was extremely cold up there. If I wouldn't have had the multi-layers on that I did, I would have been too uncomfortable. I mean, I probably would have even had trouble sleeping. I don't know. But it was very cold down there, so the batteries on both of the cameras immediately started going into the red and started flashing. And when they go into the red and they start flashing the little battery thing and it starts flashing, that means this thing's about to die any minute. Most of the pictures I got was on our way down there before we even got to the house. So me and Carl were still in the truck and I was just snap happy. I was just going stupid. I mean, it was a lot of fun. Yeah. They, you know, cause you're up in the mountains. So being up in the mountains this time of year, yeah, it can get extremely cold up there. And then your winter lifestyle and life experience becomes keeping shit from freezing, keeping pipes from bursting, putting blankets up on doors and different things. So you're blocking off a lot of the draftier areas in the house, which is causing everybody to get sick and stay sick. Everything there is gas heated. Okay. The bathroom, the area that you have to sit in is maybe about that wide, roughly somewhere around that neighborhood. And I have a really hard time getting on that toilet, sitting down, using the bathroom because there's, you can't move. I mean, you it's almost like you're in a freaking outhouse, but the walls are like right around you. You can't move. So it's difficult to use the bathroom. It's difficult to squeeze myself in there. And then I got to put myself in all kinds of weird positions just so I can, you know, clean up afterwards. And then, it's a mess right now. So they have a tub, they have a shower. They have an unfinished floor in the bathroom. And that's also where you have to, the laundry room it's not inside of the bathroom. It's right next to it. Like you have to, there's this little wooden door that they have that they open up when they're in there doing stuff, but then they try to keep it closed when they're not. But it's not like it latches or anything like that. My nose is running. But the laundry room is actually originally the area was outside. So Justin built an enclosure of sorts around the laundry room so that when you're in the bathroom, you're feeling the outside air because there's no like solid door there or any blanket hanging up so that, you know, you can keep the heat in the bathroom. And right next to the toilet as well, and this is the part that scares me more than anything, is right next to the toilet, they have this heater that's probably about that wide, and it has open flame that because, it's gas run. So it has open flame. It has a cage, it has a covering, but it has open flame, and I'm scared to death one of these times I'm going to freaking set myself on fire because of the height that it is. So every time I go in there to use the bathroom, I'm extremely careful, make sure I don't catch myself on fire. Yeah. Don't feel comfortable taking a shower down there. I don't know why. I guess because it's so cold and I don't want to get out of a nice hot shower. And then if you don't get your clothes on quick enough, you're freezing. I know I would be. And then that would cause me to come down sick. And then I'm screwed because I have no way to isolate myself so I could get over the sick before I give it to somebody else. Because her little baby, Paisley, she's recovering from croup, and she still has a cough. She has a lot of congestion that, she's coughing up a lot, and, the snotty nose and all that. And the kids there, kids being kids, they have a bad habit of running around outside in those frigid temperatures with no jacket on, no shoes, barefoot, and it's no wonder they get sick, okay? If one of them gets sick, all of them do. Now, the person that's going to be in the most danger of getting sick is that baby. Because if that baby gets too bad, then, I would hate to lose the baby because somebody's being stupid and they're not, putting their coat on. So us adults that are there, we have to remind them, you better get a coat on, young lady. You get a coat on right now. Do not step out that door until you get a coat on, and you better have shoes on those feet. But you shouldn't have to tell that to them every single time. But these kids, you do. So meanwhile, Justin works odd shifts. A lot of times he works second shift at the mine. So he doesn't come home until 1 o'clock in the flipping morning. Okay. That gives him pretty much no time with Chelsea. He has Sunday off, and they do try to do something special together on that day. But weather permitting, they can't always get out and really do a lot. So they have to find stuff they can do there in the house. When we were up in the mountains on the quad, Chelsea took me by the actual, I guess, where the spring begins, that is what their water source is. So not only is it mountain water, but because it's mountain water, it's spring water. It's a lot more, I don't know if it's more pure, I guess to a point it is, more pure than city water that most of us have to have a filter to drink safely, before, but here's the thing, because my body is not used to drinking that type of water, it tends to get me sick to my stomach. I don't know why, but it got me sick to my stomach. It got Carl sick to his stomach. It's just weird. I guess maybe because it is so pure and you're used to filtered water in the city. So it's like your body has to adjust to when you're down there. That's the water source. The only water source they have is through a mountain spring. Which you want to talk about some kick-ass spring water to use to turn into lunar slime. That's the stuff right there. Now you may be saying, what's lunar slime? Lunar slime is just simply moon charged water. The purer the water, the more pure the water, the stronger the magic will be. What you have to do is you have to find a big container. You have to do this on a full moon. You have to dump the spring water in the container and put it outside at night where the full moon can literally shine down on the water to where you can literally look into the water and see the moon. Okay. So what happens when you do that, and because it's spring water, the moon charges the water. So then you have magically charged water by the full moon. It has to be on a full moon. Once you get that rebottled, you can use it in any kind of magic you could possibly think about. If you want to use it for money, use it for money. If you want to drink it and say, okay, let me be blessed with certain amount of money that you're trying to get, or let me be blessed with a certain situation that you would like to happen in your life. Whatever you want to do with it, make the magic your own. Okay. This stuff, girl, the first batch that I ever made, I literally, when I fell asleep, I saw an entire moon phase in a matter of seconds. I mean, it went from the little tiny sliver to the full blown. It was like a movie was being played in front of me that showed each, I don't know if it's transition, but the moon going from the tiniest little sliver to the full moon. It was trippy. Yeah, it can cause magical dreams. It can induce visions. This stuff is the shit. Now, there's something even better. Moon foam. Now, moon foam is slightly different. You still have to have the spring water, but here's where it gets interesting. You have to go to a graveyard at midnight. You have to take a bucket with you to put the water in. You have to strip completely naked as soon as you step inside the gate. And then you have to find an oleander branch, which there's a certain type of tree that is considered, that you can get these branches from. And you have to literally ride the doggone thing like you're flying on a broom. Okay, you ride it around the graveyard a couple of times. And then supposedly it gets the attention of the moon guardians. You do it right, and the moon guardians come out. Then a moon guardian will come down to the earth, will appear right in front of you. And then you have to negotiate with that moon guardian to convince them to give you the moon foam because of what you're going to use it for. Now, to me, when you've never experienced it before, and I have yet to do the moon foam one, but at least the lunar slime is a good substitute and you don't have to do all that weird stuff. Yeah. So I don't know that I will ever be able to do moon foam because I'm sorry, but I have a really, I don't think I could, run around completely naked inside a graveyard at night, riding a flippin' oleander branch like it was a damn broom. Because you gotta, like the little horse things they used to have where it was like a stick. It had a horse head, and then it had a reins on it, and the kid could hold on to that if they wanted or whatever, but they put it between their legs and they would act like they were riding it, right? Same principle. You have to stick an oleander branch between your legs. You're completely nude, and you got to ride it around the fucking graveyard naked. I'm sorry, but I'm not okay with that. If you're brave enough to do it, go for it. Even if one of us could do it, I would be okay. But I just don't think I could be that person. Because for one thing, sometimes people, they tend to find ways to sneak into the graveyard because let's face it, there's a lot of graveyards, especially if it's a graveyard that has fencing around it and stuff. You can't just walk through the gate at night. They close it down because people go in there, vandalize, tear up tombstones, get drunk, get high, do the nasty, all kinds of crazy, inappropriate stuff that I think is inconsiderate to the other spirits there because it's like they're blaspheming against those spirits because that is not a place to do that type of a thing. So I would be concerned about some sicko that might be there, or a group of them even, which would be worse, and they would see somebody riding around on a freaking oleander branch naked. What do you think is going to go through their heads? Okay, so I wouldn't want to have to take the oleander branch and jab them in the nuts just so I could run to the freaking gate, get my clothes back on, and hopefully get the hell out of there before they got anywhere near me, because now they're down on the ground holding their crap because I just jabbed them as hard as I could with the damn stick. But hey, at least I got my lunar slime, and all I can tell you is it's much, much better. The spirits that I felt up there, because see, we didn't have time to go to the cabin because when they took me for these rides, Chelsea and Justin, it was when me and Carl were getting ready to leave. So we had to do it kind of quick. I would have loved to have gone to the cabin. I would have loved to. However, Chelsea did let me listen to an audio recording that she got of the banshee. And I'm telling you what, once you hear it, you're like, oh my God, that is for sure a flippin' banshee, because I've never known of a Bigfoot to screech at people the way this thing did. And I want to see the cabin. I'm just absolutely fascinated by what this cabin looks like deep in the middle of the woods. And I would love to take ownership of it myself. If and only if, one, we could track down the original owners of the property. Two, I would befriend the spirits around it first and basically kind of work out a negotiation of sorts to where they understood that I was not there to harm them. I did not mean them any harm, so please don't harm me. I wanted to live in harmony with them there and say, look, look at it this way. There's going to be times when I'm not going to be here at the cabin. And when I'm not here at the cabin, then by all means, go ahead and live there yourself. Just all I ask is don't disrespect any of my stuff. Don't start bringing a bunch of bad spirits in there, because then negotiations are off. And I would find a way, if at all possible, to take that cabin out of there after I blessed, cleansed, and empowered it to where they could not follow. Now, I don't know how big this cabin is or anything. So until I get up there and gauge the situation, I'm not going to know a heck of a lot. But when we were on the quad, the few little stops that Chelsea did do to show me the grave, to show me the spring, and stuff like that. And then she just went down like really, really super easy. And that's where, like I said, that was where it got the most difficult for me, because it really was difficult. It was hard for me to keep a death grip on those handles, plant my toes the way I did, so that I was not, I felt more secure and wasn't so worried about being thrust forward or something too fast and end up messing up her back. Because she has, back issues like I do. I don't know if hers is lower back or not. I didn't ask her, but I can relate, because I have back issues. So, but the spirits, this is what I was getting at. Every time that we stopped, the spirits around there, I don't know how many, I felt like there was some there. Didn't feel like it was anything bad. But then I started hearing weird ass noises after we came off the mountain. And I think something followed us. I think it couldn't help itself because it felt how powerful I was. And it realized that, hey, this is her family. So they were cool. The spirits didn't give us any grief. But I definitely felt them. I remember looking around and going, oh, wow. Just the place is completely, totally magical. It really is. But here's the thing that I was kind of talking with Chelsea about. And even if it turns out that I can't personally go down there and help her with this, that poor girl, she needs somebody to help her manage the house, clean it up, keep it clean, get the kids into the good habits of cleaning up after themselves, keeping their rooms tidy, learning how to do laundry themselves, or maybe even some of the older kids can do laundry for the others. Yeah. And, teach them as they go, this is how you do it. You put about this much soap in, because some of the kids, it's going to be a while before they get anywhere near the height and the age that Juliana is, so that they can do things for themselves. But she needs help. And I would love to be the person to be able to go down there and help her. But in order to do that any kind of an efficient way, and she told me this herself, and this is another whispered conversation we had when Carl was nowhere in earshot, because we just knew what he'd say about it. He would just go stupid over it and feel like, oh, so once again, I'm getting left out. And it's like, Carl, he makes me so mad, because all the time that he has lost with his children when they were growing up, back when Philip and Chelsea had their heads full of head lice, and they were not being taken care of, and they were just being thrust every damn direction that somebody could possibly be thrust into, and they were not happy kids. Okay, their dad did not make any effort whatsoever to go see those kids when they were younger, to go down and spend time with them, or if nothing else, go down, pick them up, make a day of it, go out and do some fun stuff together, take them back to their place, drop them off, go home, or if they're going to spend the weekend, take them with them, him or whatever. So now that he has basically pissed away all that wasted time, all that time he should have, could have, and would have had with his kids if he would have only made the slightest effort, and he did not. So when they latched onto me, I didn't feel like they were doing anything wrong, because at least I engaged with them. I talked to them. I let them come over and spend the weekend. I let them come over and bring friends, just like I did with Alicia. And everybody had a good time. And as long as we kept everything in harmony, everything was okay and all was well. A couple of times, some things got a little too hectic, to where I ended up crying in the middle of the night at like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. I was standing in the kitchen and I just started bawling, because I was so stressed, because there was just too many people here. And that was the time when Chelsea, Philip, Michael, Alicia, but Alicia was pretty little. She wasn't in her teens yet. And I think Kara was with us. His ex, who is the mother of my grandchildren, sadly. But yeah, there was too many people, and I couldn't handle it, and it got overwhelming, and I just started bawling. And I think it woke one of the girls up, and they're like, Michael, your mom's crying in the kitchen. Go see what's wrong. So he came in and he's like, hey, Mama. He's like, what's the matter? And I said, oh, nothing, honey. I said, it's just stress. And I just couldn't stop. I could not stop crying. So he came up, and this is a precious moment that I will never forget that me and Michael shared. Once I explained to him what I was feeling and why, as briefly as I could, and not make anybody feel bad, for being there. It was just too much, and I couldn't handle it. He took me in his arms and just held me, for a few minutes, because I was just so distraught and so stressed and overwhelmed. And I never felt more safe in my life than at that moment when my son had me wrapped in his arms, because even back then he was already, he had his tallness and everything. And I knew I was safe in the arms of my son. So once he was able to help me calm down, and I was able to stop crying, and I was able to go lay back down with the girls, because they were all on my bed, or on our bed rather. I don't remember where Chris slept. He probably slept in the living room or something. That time I had all the kids here: Chelsea, Philip, Kara, Alicia, Michael, and like the bed was full of girls, and Alicia ended up like climbing down on the floor and getting under the blanket with Michael, because he literally slept on the floor, so the girls could have the bed, so us women could have the bed.
I don't even remember that.
Okay, so maybe Chris wasn't here. Maybe that was during the time when he was locked up. I didn't think it was, but I don't know. It's been too long ago.
No, when I was locked up, Michael was locked up, so Michael couldn't have been here either. It was probably
Okay.
One of the two times we were separated.
Yeah, that could be too. He's right. It could have been one of the two times that Chris and I were separated. So, my point being, Chelsea and Philip ended up connecting with me stronger and liked me, I guess, a little better. They could relate to me a little better because Carl just he's a piece of work and not necessarily a good piece. Um, he makes assumptions where he has no right. He triggers way too easily. He repeats himself, and I know I try to catch myself when I do so that I don't do it as much, but he will just go on and on about a thing. And, during times like that, I just want to scream at him and go, will you just shut the hell up? Because, I'm about ready to tell you to fucking pull up to the side of the road and I'll fucking walk home because I don't want to be in this car another second with you. You're bringing me down. And I wish Carl could get his life together. I wish he would choose to get his life together, get his shit together, and stop being such a fucking asshole that nobody wants to be around, and then he wonders why. And it's like there's far too many times when I am so ashamed and embarrassed to have him as a brother, to call him brother, because he brings everybody down. If he doesn't feel that he's getting adequate enough attention and ego stroked and praised to high heaven, so he's like going down there in this truck trying to impress everybody, trying to like make it like he's some big shit, like, look at me, I've got a truck and blah blah blah. Yeah, and look around you, Carl. Justin's got a lot of trucks. What's the big deal? And now, already, he's finding little things here and there that are not so great about the truck. That's going to have to require more money being sunk into the truck to get it in tip-top shape again. And I think it is perfect karma for him. Any problems that he starts having with that truck, because he didn't fucking need it. He just wanted it because he wanted to impress people. He wanted, people down there to think that he was just, some god from fucking Mount Olympus or some bullshit. I don't know. So I have no idea how long it's going to be before I finally get to drive down there myself. Because in our car, no Carl, maybe Maria, hopefully you, we'll see. Like I said, if it happens, great. If it can't happen because too many other things happen, that's fine too. I'm good either way. But Chelsea loves me so much that she's already invited me. Get this, Brooke. She's already invited me to come down and stay for a whole week. And I was like, whoa, and that just really blew my mind. That blew me away. And I'm like, well, I'll see what I can do. But going down there for a whole week, that would be really tough, especially in the wintertime, because that's when the temperatures are going to be the coldest up there. You're in the mountains, Bigfoot country. You got banshees in the area. You got to be careful. But it'll be nice to be able to start driving down there myself. But I'm not going to be pressed about how soon that can happen, because most likely, because I even told Chelsea this, I said, well, sweetie, I said, as far as me driving down here myself and possibly bringing Maria with me, it would have to be on a payday for me, which would be the last week of the month. Now let's think about this a minute. The last week of this month, to me, is pretty much going to be full blown into winter, and it's going to be extremely cold. I don't know if snow and ice is going to be a factor or not. And if snow and ice comes into the situation, then yeah, that would be even less likely that I would feel confident enough to drive 4 hours down there through ice and snow and, get me and whoever is with me safely there and also get us safely back when it's time to come back. But going down there the past 2 times the way we have, there's just too little that you can do in 2 days' time because of all the doctor appointments and stuff that Carl ends up having during the week. He prefers to go down on the weekends and blah, blah, this, that, and the other, and whatever, Carl, I don't care. But at least I heard it from Chelsea herself without Carl there, that Aunt Janet, anytime you want to come down here during a weekday, I would absolutely love it because she needs somebody to help her. Now, there's a lot of people down there that, from time to time, they will help her, but they don't help her as much as they should. Because down there where her house sits, there's a few feet away from her house is another house that also belongs to Justin, that some of his family are living in, including his brother Brad and their mom Lisa and Uncle Benny. We call him Uncle Benny because he's an old guy, but he's a sweetheart of a guy. I always call him handsome man, and he just gets the kick out of that, And I've already been accepted. I've already been initiated into the family. That's what I called it yesterday when I not only went on the quad with Chelsea, but also the side-by-side with Justin. And that was done. And I sat back down. I was like, well, I guess I've been initiated now. And Lisa started laughing. And, but I think she knew what I meant, initiated into the family. I went up in the mountains on the quad and it was a lot of fun. So we didn't really do a whole lot this trip though. There wasn't a lot we could do. Things just got Friday night went pretty fast when we got down there. Saturday just blew by like the blink of an eye. And I was like, damn, where did the day go? But at least we made the most of it. We were sitting around, we were talking, having a good time, just spending quality time together. The kids mostly was outside more than they were inside. And if they were inside, a lot of times they would go in their bedroom and they'd watch TV in there. And they, give the adults some time, separate from the kids. And Saturday night, they ended up spending up at Thelma's. So not only do you have a few feet away from Chelsea and Justin's house, another house, but you go up the hill and there's a third house, which is a trailer. And that's where Thelma and her husband, Bill, live. And Thelma was a disappointment. And I felt so bad for Chelsea because Thelma and Bill, or at least Thelma, made Chelsea believe that she was going to help her with this vinyl business thing. And it turned out that Thelma didn't want to do it. No, they didn't want to do it, but they want to take credit for the product that is sold, and they expect a cut, and they expect to do nothing to earn it. So Thelma dropped the bomb on Chelsea and said that she really didn't want to do it, that she really wasn't interested in the vinyl business and, stuff like that. Yeah. So I felt really bad for Chelsea because this chick, Thelma, is supposed to be her best friend. Yeah, it is crazy. And for Thelma to turn around and do that to her and hurt her like that, I just felt so bad for Chelsea. I really did. And then not 5 minutes after me and Chelsea had that hushed discussion about Thelma and what she pulled, but Bill kept trying to discourage her from even doing the business at all. Sorry, baby. Here. Come here. I'm sorry, but mommy is getting bit. Fucking bugs. I'm also a little scared and hope to hell that I didn't. I'm a little scared that I may have taken some bed bugs down there, and God, I hope not, because if their house gets infested with bed bugs, I'm going to feel really, really bad. And it's going to make me not want to go down there anymore, because then I'm going to be responsible for the hell that they're going to have to go through to treat the place. And with the baby crawling around on the floor. And the reason why I say I'm afraid is because the night shirt that I slept in Saturday night, I think it was, I was just resting my arm on my lap, and I started itching. So I scratched my arm, and then because of the pattern and colors on the shirt, it's really hard to see one of these damn things. And I was getting bit. And I'm like, oh my God, no, 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 no. And then Chelsea, the same thing. She started like scratching at her arm and stuff. Now, she already checked my pillows before I even took them in the house. I literally handed her both pillows and said, check them out for yourself, sweetie. If you see any of those damn things on there crawling around, we'll squirt them with rubbing alcohol. It'll kill them instantly. I don't want to take this shit into your house. So I'm a little scared that one got loose, and I hope not. I took my peppermint oil stuff down there with me, and I should have sprayed my shit before I took it in the house. I should have literally taken out each piece of clothing, saturated it with the peppermint oil, and then hung it up to dry inside the house, because certain areas in the house stay the warmest. So, I'd be able to like hang them over the shower rod, or put them on a hanger and hang them from the shower rod and just let them kind of dry that way. So I'm really worried. I hope the hell that one did not fucking get loose down there, and I'm responsible, because when I was sitting there on the couch, I started itching. I looked down, I saw the classic bump on my arm that these fucking things leave on me when they're fucking biting me and shit. And I'm going to be so stressed about that I don't know if I'm going to feel comfortable going down there or not. And I dread a phone call from Chelsea saying, I think a bed bug got loose. I hope so. I really hope so, because if even one of those things gets loose in that place, honey, I'm scared to death. Because there's plenty of stuff there to infest. And the couch that we was sitting on, that would be an ideal spot that they would probably start infesting first, because of the type of furniture it is. And also that's where pretty much everybody lives, on that couch. That's where the majority of people sit when they're down there visiting and different things like that. So I'm asking the spirits like you wouldn't believe, please, please, please don't let one of those things be loose down there and start fucking laying eggs and infesting the damn furniture. And then I'm going to be responsible, because I will be absolutely crushed by that. I was already badly hurt when I got accused of taking them into my mom's. And Jim said something really hurtful to me one day when I had gone over there to visit. And he said, thanks for leaving your little guest that you left here. I mean, he was just really pissy about it. And I just started crying. And I said, Jim, I said, I don't appreciate you accusing me of taking these things into your fucking house when Naomi lives as filthy as she does. No, it's not. Naomi lives as filthy as she does. Who's to say that Naomi didn't fucking bring the damn things in, because she lives in a goddamn pigsty. She lives in a fucking city dump. The inside of her house is a fucking city dump. Okay. It's full of trash, death, and decay, and maggots and flies, and God only knows what the hell other life forms are fucking crawling around in that place. It's disgusting, and it's terrifying all at the same time. So I let him know how much I was hurt by what he said, and I didn't appreciate him accusing me and being so pissy with me like he did. So yeah, that was not a fun situation. And so if it happened in down at Chelsea's, and I know full well that I'm the one that brought him in, I would feel absolutely horrible. I would feel horrible, because that baby on the floor, crawling around on the floor, she would probably just be eaten alive by those fucking things. And it's really, it's stressing me out, and it's almost got me to the point of tears. And I hope that the spirits, make sure that if any did get off on my clothing or whatever, that they kill them, that they die off, or that it's too hot in the place and they don't like it, so they leave and go outside somewhere, But yeah, Naomi, if you was to see the inside of her place, Brooke, you'd know what I mean. It's a beautiful little house, and she just, she lives in filth and decay. She has rotting food sitting around. and she just don't fucking care. So it's, you want to talk about a health hazard, walking into that place without some kind of mask on and some, fucking, you might as well say rain boots or hip waders where they go all the way up to your top of your thighs, and they're made of rubber, or some kind of material. Those fucking things cannot crawl up, because if they can crawl up, they can crawl in. If they get inside the clothing that you're wearing or the hip waders or whatever, then you're in trouble, because now you're wearing a suit. You're trapped. These things are trapped inside of it, and they're just eating your ass alive. So yeah, it's not a good situation. And I should have squirted the furniture. I should have sprayed the furniture down. I should have sprayed my clothing down before I took any of it out of the bags. But, on the good side, yeah, it is. It is. It's like, if you go over to Naomi's, there's not a clear path through that house. Everywhere you step, you're stepping on something. You're stepping on clothing. You're stepping on shit that she bought from the store, and she just flings it anywhere in the fucking room. Endless open boxes of Lucky Charms that have all the fucking marshmallows eaten out of it. The rest of the cereal is just sitting there to waste. That's going to draw in cockroaches and shit too. She just don't care. She's fucking nasty. She's nasty and disgusting, and I'm ashamed to call her sister, and that's why I don't. If I say the term sister, it's with great disgust in this situation, because she is just fucking nasty. But Chelsea, I sympathize with her and her situation down there, because nobody's helping her. Justin, because of the flip-flop schedule that he works, he can't be there for her a lot to help with stuff, to help mind the kids, to, light a fire under their behinds if that's what he needs to do, to get them to clean and pick up their rooms and just clean the house in general, and get the laundry done, and stop expecting their mom to just do everything. And I even explained to the kids, I said, if you guys don't start helping mommy more without complaint or causing any problems or instigating any fights between anybody, just get it done, or she's going to end up in the hospital and she's going to end up getting sick. And then who's going to take care of you? If Juliana gets thrown with that responsibility, those kids are in trouble, because Juliana can be a little bitch. I hate to say that, but it's true. She is the troublemaker. She's the one that starts a lot of the fights. Yeah, and most of them are girls. Most of the kids there right now are girls. Logan is the only boy. The rest are girls, and there's at least 3, maybe 4 of them there at any given time. Like I said, close to half a dozen, but the baby, of course, which, sometimes Chelsea will just let her crawl around on the floor. Other times Chelsea will have her in her little bouncy thing that's got all those little fun things around it so she can entertain herself. They should help her more, and there certainly is enough adults down there that should be helping her, and so that she can have her focus on her business, so that she can put her focus on her business and getting it running and getting those orders filled, and getting the cash raking in. And as you can see, Kalika is definitely glad that mommy's home, because she's in her favorite place, right here on my lap. But, I look at it this way. In the warmer weather and stuff, when it's nicer out and everything, and, we can plan a time where I can possibly go down there for a solid week, because some of the main concerns I have of being down there a whole week is I don't know how well the cats would be able to handle me being gone that long. Yeah, she missed me. He missed the mama. He missed the mama. And I would worry about the cats because they've only been used to me and Chris being gone for 2 days at a time. The few times that we have, and like when I would go to Ravenwood, usually that was maybe 1 or 2 days if I was lucky. But extremely expensive because, come on, it's like over $400 just to have 2 days there. Because when me and Maria went, that's about what it cost just to have two. Ow! Kalika. Yes, I'm live streaming.
Oh, I knew I heard something.
Brooke's on.
Huh?
Brooke is on with me.
Who's on?
Brooke!
Oh, okay. No, I just came up here to see what you're doing. That's
Yeah.
all.
See, that
How you
always
feeling?
feels good when you get lots of loving from everybody. You know you've been missed. Oh.
No, I wasn't going to come up here. I was going to wait 2 days.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'll be fine. I mean, I'm recouping. Yeah, she's like, "Aw," when she saw you hug me. But so I mean, I'm hopeful. She's like, "Hi, Maria."
Hi. So that's a hi.
She said hi. I hope that Chelsea will be able to get her business up and running here soon, and she's probably already working on that today. So, and that goes well for her, and they can start raking in some extra cash. And I'm also gonna probably do some kind of a spell or prayer for her that not only does she get the help that she needs when she needs it, but also that this thing will take off pretty quick, and she'll be raking in the money before you can blink. I gotta take this thing down because it can only handle it soaks up a lot of the water, but
My cup came.
yeah, I'm glad.
Chris gave it to me
Out.
that day.
Whew. These things, after they start getting really wet, they start itching my head because, as you can see, the inside of it is like purple and stuff from where I've dyed my hair so much in the past.
What color they used to be?
It's pink, but inside, if you look, you can see the hair dye. You can see it, see?
Oh, okay.
So that's what I was talking about. You can see the hair dye. It's still in there. Yowie. I just hope I'm not allergic to this shampoo or something, because I've been getting a lot of sores in my head, and I've been scratching at them and they itch like a mother flipper.
That's how you know you're allergic to it.
I might be, but I want to at least get this bottle used. I've got a brand new bottle of the stuff that I bought, but if it turns out that it is the shampoo, which I'm hoping not, then I'll just have to switch to a different shampoo that maybe won't do that, and I can start healing up the sores and stuff, and because I don't want to be scratching fucking scabs out of my head all damn day because it keeps itching. Driving me crazy.
I'll be back later.
Okay.
Hi, Chris. What are you doing? Reading a book?
Yep.
Of course. So yeah, he's lost in his book world.
Bob and Nikki, new one came out, book 21.
Next week is my appointment, ain't it?
This week, I think.
This week.
So yeah. My first official day back.
Hold on.
And all kinds of stuff is going on. But
Yeah,
that's okay,
next Tuesday,
Yeah, I figured that.
a week from tomorrow.
Yep.
Day after I
But
get
yeah,
my
that's
shot.
when you see me scratching my head, that's
I got
why.
the voucher for Tiggy.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
He has to go.
Yeah, he told me about it. He
I
told
have
me.
to do it tomorrow.
Yep.
I thought we were going to be able to do it today, but they don't take calls today.
I heard you.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Holy crap. But as soon as I can get the pictures downloaded on the computer and, maybe make up some photocopies of them or something at some point, then I will definitely try to get a set of pictures together of all the beautiful mountainous colors and stuff that I took as me and Carl were driving down the freeway to where you're at the point where literally you're surrounded by mountains. There's mountains on either side. And then you start getting in the sections that you have to be the most careful because they have signs very clearly stating rock slides, falling rocks. So when you're going through those sections, you better be keeping an Bella again. All right. Bella is just running in and out, running in and out, running in and out. Yeah. So, yeah, the pictures were really nice. There were some really nice fall colors in them. I got several on my Canon before my battery started flashing red, saying basically that that it was about to die. And then I was only able to get the one picture for Jim, I think, when I was outside, and I actually took a picture of the mountains that as I'm sitting down.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, we heard you.
We heard.
Scratching.
It doesn't matter.
Just leave him out there for now. Leave him out there. He's running in and out. Bella, he's just like a typical kid. He runs in and out, runs in and out, runs in and out. He seems to think that should be allowed to roam the hallway and just, go wherever in the halls. And no, it's not. Joe doesn't mind it, which he's the landlord. Joe doesn't mind it, but John, the one that always gives us issues and gives us problems, he's complaining and saying that Bella has been pissing in the halls. Now, if Bella was pissing in the halls, somebody would smell it, most likely find where it was located and clean it up. John is just being a jerk, an asshole, and he's causing a problem, and I wish Joe would fire his ass out of here and get somebody in here that actually would appreciate living in the building and be able to handle it.
Oh, the new thing is, Matt seems to be of the opinion that Bella's pissing in the hallways.
Oh, yeah, Matt. So the guy across the hall seems to think that Bella's pissing in the halls as well. In a situation like that, if one of us smells it, whoever that person is that's smelling it should go investigate. That's my girl. She's like, tell him to fuck off.
Why are you telling me to fuck off?
Not you, dumbass. She's like, oh, tell them to fuck off from me. Yeah, John and Matt, they're the problem ones in the building. So, not to mention, Matt is fucking putting Maria through hell because he's like, he has to rearrange his fucking apartment every goddamn night. Because he's like, sounds like he's moving furniture, she says. And it also sounds like he's vacuuming a floor, which he does not have carpet. So why the hell is he vacuuming a floor that has no carpet on it? It makes no damn sense. The only other person in this building that I think should be fired the fuck out of here is that Robert son of a bitch down in apartment A, because he is a sexual predator. He's a jerk. He's a liar. He's rude to people. He has his little dope buddy come over every damn day to bring him his little tiny, you're lucky if you can get a joint out of it. And he just, he doesn't care. He's rude and nobody likes him. And because of the stunt that he pulled in Maria's apartment that time, that pretty much told me what he was all about. So, let's see, Robert, John, and Matt are the three problem people that I would love to see fired the fuck out of here and made to go live somewhere else and not be allowed to come anywhere near this building ever again. Because there are those of us that try to live here in harmony with each other, and it's hard to do. Yeah, they are. They just, you're trying to have a good day, and they just want to ruin it. They just want to ruin it by being assholes and jerks and pissing and moaning and whining and crying, and your cat's pissing in the halls. Okay, I'd like you to fucking prove that. You want me to believe that Bella's doing it? Take me some damn pictures, motherfucker. Then I'll believe you. But if he's been pissing in these halls, we would fucking smell it. And most likely, we would be the ones to go and investigate and see if we can find where it was and clean it up. Is it that fucking hard to do? We have no control over Bella darting in the fucking building when Joe has the fucking door wide open all damn day because he's doing fucking work in these apartments, or he's hired some other lowlife that could be coming and going at any, we cannot stop Bella from getting in during those times. We can't. It's a flipping nightmare. So I wish those three men would be forced out of here, forced to move out, so maybe the rest of us left in the building could actually live in harmony with one another and get three much better people in here with a much better disposition and characteristics and, people that aren't going to cause problems, and bring a bunch of loud fucking people in here and have loud parties and, hell, for all we know around here, be some stupid motherfuckers would be trying to use it for a fucking prostitution ring, a damn bordello house. So, I got to experience the spirits at least, and that was okay. And I talked to them. I said, fairies, in my head. I said, fairies, I'm here. Come out and play. And then I started hearing the weird noises and stuff when we went back to the house that literally I was like, okay, what was that? I could hear, like, at one point it sounded like somebody was trying to whisper something in my ear. Then there was another occasion when I was sitting there and it felt like my right ear was vibrating, like, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And it was kind of weird. So as far as I know, I don't think any bugs flew in my ear or anything, but it was just weird. It was hard to describe the feeling and the sound that it made, but it was just weird. And I have trouble falling asleep there until I can get me an air mattress and get back down there and get my pillows and get me another set of pillows like that, so that when I'm down there, I have my air mattress, because I would leave it down there, and I would leave a set of my pillows down there, and most likely they would end up being put on the top bunk bed because Logie doesn't use his room. He don't sleep in there, and I don't know why. It's a tiny room. It's right off of the living room. And me, it's like, well, if Logie doesn't use the bedroom, yeah, I'll use it because it's closer to the bathroom. I don't have as far to walk to get up to use the bathroom. But this time I slept on the couch both nights. Carl slept on a mattress on the floor and he was fine. So I slept on the couch, but it's really hard for me to fall asleep there because I'm not used to being away from home a lot. So even for 2 days, because the kids, 9 times out of 10, the kids are going to be the ones that's going to be up way before any of us adults wake up. So Matt and John and whoever is doing the avid complaining about Bella pissing in the halls, I'd like them to prove it, that it's him doing it, because it's like, okay, if that's the case, then why aren't we smelling it? Why haven't any of us found it? Prove to me. Actually take a picture of Bella squatting and pissing in the hallway, and then I'll believe you. Otherwise, shut the fuck up, go the fuck away, leave us the fuck alone, stop being an ass, or just fucking leave. Just fucking move, because we don't need that kind of shit here. Yeah, you'd be able to smell it. I mean, if we was in the halls, we would be able to smell it. It's like, hello? If you don't like the way shit is going on here at the building, move. Nobody's chaining you to this apartment. Give 3 good people a chance to have a place to live that might actually appreciate it and not be a constant disruption for everybody else in the building. Because their, twig and berries isn't getting sucked or fucked or jacked off or what the hell ever. So that means that we got to put up with the shit because you're cranky because you're not getting any pussy. Get the fuck out of here. Go fucking get you a damn prostitute. Bang the bitch's brains out and leave us the fuck alone. Jesus God. There's enough BS going on in the world. Why do you got to add to it? Jeez. If you can't live in harmony with others in the building, then just fucking leave. I'll be so glad when we get the fuck out of here. Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. And I wish our landlord was like that, but all he cares about is that mighty dollar. And how much he can, force somebody to pay for one of these fucking apartments that's falling apart around their ears because they won't fix them. And the ones that they have fixed up, they charge a ridiculous amount for someone to continue living there. But, people are gullible and stupid enough to pay it. We're only here because we have no choice in the matter. We have nowhere else to go. We're trying to get our house. And I'm telling you, getting our house, getting the everything and the paperwork to go through today wouldn't be soon enough. But we just don't know how the hell much longer we're going to have to fucking, put up with this fucking place and all the bullshit that goes with it because we can't make the paperwork come through any faster. Because the government's doing what the government does, taking their good old sweet fucking time. And meanwhile, we got to keep putting up with bullshit like Matt, Robert, and John. Ugh. Tried to get some more of my pagan mix herbs while I was down there, but it's getting too cold for them too, so I was like, you know what? I know we're up here in the trails and everything, but I don't want to take the time. Chris could probably answer that better, hun.
What?
Can I throw something at him? Or better yet, you throw it from England and hit him in the head. She's asking, are we any closer to being able to get a house?
No.
No.
We're still waiting on the paperwork.
That's exactly what I was talking about.
It's the U.S. government. Y'all think your queues are bad? Well, we don't have queues. We have sit at home and wait on your ass.
Yeah. Yep.
5 times as long at least.
Mm-hmm. It's like, really? Okay, so who else is on? Because it's showing 2 people up here. Huh. But I'm not seeing another person on here talking besides you, Brooke. That's kind of weird, huh? Yeah, our government sucks. Holly! Hello, beautiful. How you doing, hun? What's up? Yeah, she is. She just popped on. I was like, wait a minute. It says there's 2 people watching. So, yay, Holly's here. Hey, Holly. Yeah, I got to have fun and 4-wheel in Bigfoot country in the mountains with my niece and her boyfriend over the weekend. So, yeah, that was fun. How you doing? How's Paul and Shay and everybody? Holly. Woo! Lurk all you want, girlfriend. Lurk all you want. You know this is a safe place. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. When you watch the live stream through from the beginning, Holly, you'll hear all the other stuff that I talked about and everything. Aw. Thank you, guys. But yeah, I was just telling Brooke a little while ago. Yay, everybody's good. Oh, Holly, I wanted to tell you. Now, I'm not sure what to make of this because so far it's only happened once. I did not expect it. But when it did, I was just like, I'll have to mention something to Holly the next time I see her on. One night, a couple nights ago, I don't remember exactly what night. This didn't happen when I was down in Kentucky. This was when I was still here before I went down to Kentucky this second time with my brother. I was just about to fall asleep, and crystal clear, I heard Paul say his name in his voice in my ear, but that was it. I just heard Paul, and I knew it was him. I heard the accent and everything. So I hope he's okay. I don't know what that was about, but he, somehow we connected. And I thought, well, that's kind of cool, But he just said his name. That was it. All I heard was Paul. And I heard his accent and everything, and it was like right in my ear. So see if Paul heard me say my name or something in his ear when he was falling asleep the other night. As if I was right there, like I had just walked in the room and I was, oh no, she's asleep. I don't want to wake her, or something like that. Yes. And also, Holly, I don't know how soon my niece will be able to do it, or if we can do it, because this might be something that we might need somebody that has a high degree of technological experience. In this case, my first thought would be Chris, but I doubt very seriously he'd be willing to go down to do this. When I was there this past weekend, Chelsea played for me, my niece, played for me on her phone, I think it was, when one of the Banshee experience that I talked about a couple live streams ago. Well, it was the audio recording from that experience. And let me tell you this, Holly, I've never heard a Banshee, but this most definitely sounded like one. This did not sound like a Bigfoot. It sounded like something was screeching at them, like I could imagine a Banshee to make this type of sound. And it went on for a good, at least couple of minutes. And I'm sitting there with my mouth hanging open, listening to this. And I'm like, oh man, I wish you could transfer this to my phone, or we could figure out how to transfer it to my phone. And then also to get it on the YouTube live stream, so you guys could hear it, because this gave me chills, guys. This seriously gave me chills. My mouth was hanging open, and I was like, holy shit, that's a fucking Banshee. No, my ears didn't bleed, but I felt like the intensity was really, really strong, and it was really scary. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking, but I don't know what, how easy it would be to do that, because Chelsea, I think, has a different phone than I do. I don't think hers is like mine. So we would have to have somebody with the technological experience to be able to tell us or show us or whatever how we could transfer it to mine. Have been what's called a screaming fox. Some types of fox actually scream like that. This was, I wish I could describe it to you guys, but there is no way. Okay, Brooke. Well, if you want to try to explain it to me, sweetie, I'll definitely try whatever you say and see if that works. But screaming fox, I've never heard of that. That's a new one. But no, it's what I felt when I listened to this audio, Holly, and this is where my empathic abilities come in really strong, is I literally felt like, oh my God, that's a banshee. Yeah, it was, how would I even describe it? I don't know that I could. You guys, you would have to hear it. You would actually have to hear it. So what I will do in the future, if you, like I said, Brooke, if you want to explain it to me on here, you can try, and then I'll try to see if I can relay that to Chelsea and see if she can send it. Or the next time I'm down there, I'll see if we can't figure out. Cougar screams. It froze me in my tracks. Every hair on my body stood on end. I was terrified. Oh yeah, it sounded terrifying when I listened to it. Sent through on Messenger, on Facebook, or attached as a file to send email. Okay. Yeah, I'll remember. I'll try to remember that, and I'll write it down is what I'll do. Brooke, I'll write it down. As a matter of fact, let me do that now. And just, tell Chelsea about it. And the next time I'm down there, which hopefully the next time I go, it'll be me and Maria, or I'll just decide to go it alone. But I don't know if I'm quite ready for that yet, because the 4 hours drive is a lot for me to get down there, just to get down there. And then, you got the same 4 hours back. If it's an actual video or a voice clip, that I can explain it better depending on what it is. Well, when I heard it on her phone, I didn't really look at the screen, so I don't know if there was a visual with it. I was just focusing on the sound, as you'd be able to do it without being with each other. I will ask her if it was a video or a voice clip, because I honestly don't know. I guess I'll put it in my, if I can get it out of here, I'll put it in my too cute to spooky, which the letters are coming off and the black's coming off of it. And I don't know if I could take a Sharpie and like recolor it or something. So it would still look cute, because this black stuff's coming off of here way too easy. And I can help you the message. Okay. All right. I'll do that, Brooke. Let's see. Okay. Ask Chelsea if it was a video or audio slash voice video or video voice clip. Okay, voice clip, that's what I was looking for. Okay, I wrote it down to help me remember. And the next time I talk to Chelsea, I'll ask her and stuff. You have the clip on your phone then, or is it on your friend's phone? Hubby was talking to me when you were explaining. It's my niece. It was my niece's phone, Holly. And the audio, it was definitely audio. I didn't pay attention and look on the screen. I was focused on the voice. I was focused on the noise. And it was not, I can't, it's driving me batty because I want to try and explain it, but I just don't think that there's a way. What I felt when she played it was, oh my God, that's a banshee. I literally felt it in the deepest part of my being. And I was like, So, of course, now that I've heard the audio of that, that makes me want to go to the cabin even more. That makes me want to go up there because they said it takes a while to get back to where this cabin is. So it's like serious deep in the woods, apparently. And all I know about it, guys, is that it is a piece of property that is owned by an older couple. Don't know what their age range was. Nobody ever told me, and I don't think anybody knows. But it was a couple that had bought it some time ago. A cougar, I've heard cougars scream, and it sounds very much like a banshee. I'm trying to think. I wish I could. The sound is really, it's hard to describe. It's like what you're saying. Because see, now here's another thing too, Holly. The only way that I would be able to tell you based on my description of what it sounded like, and because I can't describe how it sounds, is if you, Holly, had an audio recording of that same sound and you could let me hear it, then I would be able to tell you, yeah, that's what it sounded like. And then if you could verify that, oh yeah, that sounds like a screaming fox, or, it could have possibly been a cougar. Because here's the thing, if it would have been a cougar, I would think that, yes, they do roam the woods, and these are the woods of Kentucky. So yes, it's very possible, I imagine. But I would be, their lives would have been in even more danger than if it was, I mean, I know banshees are bad. Yeah. If we could, if you could play the audio that you have, Holly, that sounds like it, then I could compare it with what I heard, because I remember what it sounded like. And it was just, it's like nothing I've ever heard. It gave me cold chills, but it didn't curdle my blood. It didn't terrify me. It was more like a confirmation of sorts, I guess, maybe. But with the pitches that I heard this thing make when it made the sound was, I didn't feel like it was a cougar. I felt like this was something very powerful and very magical. Not to say that cougars aren't powerful. It's a cougar screaming. Okay. All right. If it pops up on here, then I'll check it out, Holly, for sure. Because I would think that with them being on the trail like they were when this happened, that, I mean, a cougar would have been able to catch them or damn close. And I mean, it would have, I could imagine if it was a cougar, for instance, or something, that it would be in a tree and it would like jump down at them or something, and they wouldn't have, I don't know how they was able to get away as quick as and safely as they did. The link didn't come up, Holly. I don't know why. Or at least not on here that I can see it. Or I could always look it up too. Here, let me see. Let's do this, because I'm sitting right here with my own phone. What does a screaming cougar sound like?
According to Victoria Buzz, the screeching sound is similar to that of a human female screaming, and male and female cougars alike are capable of it. It also is sometimes described as the noise of a wailing child or a pain-induced, suffering and miserable shriek.
Okay. Yeah, I know, because they can lunge from the ground. Okay, let me see. Mountain lion screaming. Let me see if I can get this thing to play. That is not helping. No, I don't want to visit. I want to hear it. I'm listening, Holly, to a. I didn't hear anything screaming. Chris is trying to play with my phone to see if it was supposed to be the sound of one.
It's probably in there somewhere, dear. It's a long video.
Anyway, so at least I'm trying to get the sound, but for some reason I wasn't hearing anything. It was almost like they cut that part out of the clip.
Mountain lion scream.
Here's Cry of the Cougar on YouTube Music.
No. The sound of a mountain lion scream.
This is what cougars sound like. Hey, would you like to hear a lynx sound?
No.
No,
Sure.
no, it didn't sound like that.
That wasn't the scream, dear. That was their regular noise.
It didn't sound like that. I can, even just from hearing that, I can tell you it didn't sound like that. But it'll be
This is a
interesting.
bobcat.
Nope, didn't sound like that either.
Here's a lynx.
I know,
Nope.
that's a growl.
Didn't sound like that either. So
The
that's
cougar scream sounds different than the sound they had on there. That was their.
it's not showing the link, honey. What? I'm sorry. He's trying to read. Go away. Go away. Okay. Anyway, she only, I think I listened to it a couple of times. And the when she played me the audio, Chelsea played me the audio on her phone, and it just, I don't know, I didn't feel like it was a cougar or a mountain lion or even a screaming fox. This thing felt like, I don't know. It felt extremely old. It felt extremely powerful, and it gave me cold chills. That's a lot of what I remember. But when you're talking about a human screaming, some of the audio that she played, I heard what sounded like a human female saying a word or a phrase or something, but it was very distinctly English. And I was, but it was with the kids around and the TV was on, and that's something really, if you want to listen to it efficiently, you listen to it on headphones. Oh, you are? Hello, darling. It was awesome. Hey. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, I hear it. And no, it didn't sound like that either. God honest, Holly, it didn't sound like that either. It like I said, it's really hard to describe because it wasn't just like it wasn't just the screeching. It was like several sounds actually. Now, because they're down in Kentucky and they're in the mountains and everything, when you're up on the quads in the mountains and the side by sides, then oh my God, yeah, I can imagine the type of wildlife that's up there running around for sure. But I will try to remember that sound that you just played for me, and I'll try to the next time I hear what she played, I'll put my phone on record, and if nothing else, just set it right up against her phone, close enough that it will clearly record from her audio to mine. And then that way I will be able to come on here and play it for you on my phone while I'm live streaming so you guys could hear and, kind of maybe help me, decipher what other animals it could possibly be. And yes, it could possibly be a mountain lion or a cougar because of the area that they're living. But it's good to know that those kind of animals are up there running around. So I need to know to be careful. Yeah, because I don't want to be a cougar snack. Okay. Mm, mm, no. This one was. I wish I would have paid more attention, like how long the clip was. Oh, okay. 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 Yeah, I'll definitely, keep it in mind and try to see if it sounds like that the next time I get to hear it. Because, it probably won't be until I can get down there again. And I just don't know when that's going to be because, as we're getting further into November, it's just going to get colder and they're up in the mountains. So, if you want to, sure. Hang on. If I can let me get this. I had to get some other stuff off my screen. Okay, go ahead, Holly.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Brooke said something about she was sorting out dinner, so she's listening, but she's also trying to get dinner ready.
Okay, so Brooke, if you can hear me and you get a chance to say so, then just say so we know that this is going to work. Anyway, yeah, it's easier for me to, if the link isn't going to stay in the chat, then it's just easier for me to do it that way. So
yeah, but it was interesting. I'll tell you, it was interesting for sure. I wish I can't wait for you guys to hear it because this thing really got me.
Well, I would definitely be interested in hearing it because because I'm pretty sure it's an animal.
It probably is.
Again, I would need to hear it. I need to actually hear it.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I will definitely do that, and I'll let Chelsea know. I'll be like, sweetie, the next time I can get down there, save that audio for me and I will record it on my phone so I can play it for my friends. Because I'm telling you, Holly, the energy up there in those mountains was holy mother of wow. I can't even begin to describe. It was like, I knew I was safe. I knew that there was nothing there that was going to harm us or jump out at us or anything like that. But the energy was just indescribable. It was amazing. It was strong. It was, I mean, I've never felt so close to the goddess, to be honest, than to actually be.
That's why.
Yeah, be right there. That right there,
You're in her realm.
Yes, yes. And she was loving it. I could tell she was there and she was just smiling away. Like, oh, you finally made it, did you? You're late.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
I just figured that it was easier to try and isolate these sounds to do it over the phone like this.
Yeah.
It's faster
Yes.
because I can just pull the stuff up really quick, right?
Right. Right.
So
Yeah.
I'm not having to try and explain it.
Yeah. Like I was trying to do.
Yeah, I'll hang up with you,
Okay.
and then I can put you back. Then we can just get back to the chat thing.
Okay.
But yeah, if you get your hands on that audio,
Yes.
or
Yes.
or whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in hearing it.
Oh yeah. 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 You want to hear it because it's going to make you go, wow.
Yeah, if it doesn't sound, if it's not sounding like a singer,
Yeah.
or a big box, then I am very interested.
Oh yes. Oh yes. And and like I said, another thing before we go, Holly, off the phone, another thing too that I cannot think of a better way to determine the possibility of the origin of the audio. Is it coming from an animal other than being there in the very area they were in when it happened?
Yeah.
That would be a definitive way to go. Yeah, that sounds like this, or yeah, that I'm getting a vibe here. I think we better get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. The other thing you can do when you have time, or either you or maybe get Chris,
Uh-huh.
or if Brooke has time, then, is just do a search on screaming animals.
Yes. Yes.
Animals scream, and start listening to those.
Yeah.
If you find one that sounds similar to what you heard.
Yes. Yes. Because you're right. You're absolutely right, Holly. It could have very well been any of those, really. Because this was like a first time experience for me, and I just focused on the energy and talking to the fairies in my head and letting them know I was there, because I know they knew I was there. There's no way they wouldn't feel me there. So
Yeah.
it was
and
nice.
I understand that. And when you're in the woods at night,
Yeah.
especially, all those nocturnal animals come out.
Yes.
If you can't see them,
Right.
but you can hear them, that can be really unnerving.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
They're domain. At
Yeah.
nighttime, that's their domain. So,
Yep.
I guess, yeah, that would be really unnerving.
Yeah, and it was at night too. I have to say that it was at night when this took place, because she also did show me some video clips of that ride and where this sound originated and came from as they were on that ride, and it was very clearly at night. So
Okay.
yeah. Okay,
Well,
so
if you get hands on it, I'm definitely interested.
oh yeah, I will, because I want a copy of it on my phone so I can listen to it too and see if I can compare it. That was amazing, though. That was amazing audio. I was like, girl, you go, girl. I'm proud of you. And she just smiled. She loved it.
Awesome.
Okay, so let's hang up and get back to our fun live stream stuff, right? All right, thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye.
She's right. Look up screaming animals. That's a good way to do it. And see if I can find something that's very similar. If not, yep, that's exactly what it was, because it's good to know. It's good to know, because as paranormal investigators also, guys, you have to debunk some stuff too. You have to balance out that energy, and you have to balance out that experience by debunking as much as you possibly can. Like, oh, damn, it wasn't a banshee, it was a cougar. But I don't want to be lunch. I don't want to get ate, so I'm out of here, man. This is whoo, yeah, it was trippy. It was trippy, and I immediately thought of you, Holly. I immediately thought of Wolf Paranormal, and I was like, I've got to get them this audio. I've got to get it to them so they can hear it, and Brooke also, because it was, oh man, I've never heard anything like it in my life. It was awesome. It was a trip. It was terrifying, but I was also very happy for her that she got so lucky. Yeah. And see, I have to give the animals that too, because when we were on the mountain, it was daytime. When we were on the mountain on the quads, when they took me for those rides, Holly, before me and my brother left to come back home yesterday, it was daytime, flat out daytime. So at night, is definitely, if that's when and I know it is, because the sound originated at night, I would like to be in the area where it originated, but only if we could have like some type of protection, something that we could defend ourselves, some way we could defend ourselves if it is one of these creatures and then they do come at us, you know? Yeah, exactly. So you're a wood elf, so you have even closer ties to the earth and to the woods and to what certain creatures sound like. You know, because with I knew it wasn't a Bigfoot. There's no way it was a Bigfoot because I've never heard of any Bigfoot scream like that. So it wasn't a Bigfoot, because Bigfoots tend to be more like a deeper, kind of more like a masculine tone, not like a screech owl or, you know, literally something like a banshee. I mean, ooh, that's interesting right there. I just hit the nail on the head. I will look up banshee screams and see if I can get any to come up. And if I do, I'll click on it and I'll know once I hear it if that's what it was, or if it could be possibly one of the animals. So I've never been up there at night, not on the quads, because I would be terrified. Like if we were going to go to the cabin, I would prefer to do that during the day. And that doesn't necessarily mean like if we get up there and I was able to, if I started picking up any kind of a bad vibe, yeah, screech owl, exactly. If I picked up any kind of a bad vibe, once we got there, we would not stay. I'd be like, guys, we got to get out of here because I'm not liking what I'm feeling. There's something dangerous here. We need to go. We need to go. Now, Holly, if you know any history or information on actual banshees, the experience that Chelsea described to me when she had this experience, she was pregnant for her son, who would have been Justin's son, her boyfriend's son, and he's another one of those. He tends to produce girls more than boys. So right now, Logan is the only boy there with like at least between 3 and 4 girls at all times. And I feel so bad for the little guy, but you know what? He gets through it. He tries to play with his sisters and he tries to be okay with it. But sometimes they can get downright mean. And if I happen to be there and I feel that they're getting out of hand, then I will definitely say something. Yeah. Yeah. So, because I know, I mean, screech owls, because I mean, they actually do have a type of screech they do, right? Like, or is it a type of call, or it was, I don't know, it was like the sound that I heard felt out of this world, guys. It literally felt out of this world. But again, until I'm actually up there at night in the woods, if I was so brave, and I mean, there would have to be a decent sized group of us before I would even attempt it. However, there's also the idea that the only way you can get to this area is on a side-by-side or a quad, because these trails that they already have up there in this place and in the sections that we were in are already so deeply entrenched in the mud, because there was a lot of mud and water when me and Chelsea went through and when me and Justin went through. And I'll tell you, girls, probably the most terrifying, but at the same time, it was exciting too. And I knew I was totally safe because Justin has been running around those mountains since he was walking and talking, guys. He's been there forever, I think. He grew up in those mountains. He grew up in those woods. He knows them very well himself. And he knows how to handle the side-by-side. He knows how to handle the quad. And Chelsea is still learning. So, you know, we have to be patient and understand that some of us, male or female, some of us are going to take to it quicker, but others not so much, you know. Barn owls kind of screech too. There's a video YouTube called The Distinctive Calls of Owls, a sampler that gives audio samples of different types of owls. Yes, that's a very good.
That was one of the things I was going to say.
Is the screech owl?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Screech.
It could have been.
Yeah. Screech owls from a little bit of a distance, they'll sound exactly like a woman screaming.
Well, see, here's the thing that also is intriguing about the sound, guys, is It sounded like, here's what really freaked me out. It was so loud. It literally sounded like this thing was not but maybe a couple of feet right there in front of my niece. Okay, maybe even so much as inches. So it sounded, whatever this thing was, all I can tell you, because she did this on her phone, is this thing was close. I mean, it literally sounded like it was standing right next to her. And I was like, holy cow. You know, you want to talk about make your blood curdle and make you like turn white as a sheet and see just how fast you can get down that mountain and get away from it. Because my thought would be, if I felt like any of us were in any kind of danger, I would get us the hell out of there. I wouldn't care if we had just got up to the cabin. We were there less than 5 minutes. I'd be like, nope, we got to get out of here. This is not good. This is not good. Because this cabin, they don't have any pictures of it or anything yet. Chelsea also shared with me, and this is some other scary shit, guys, okay, that I didn't get to. She told me that this night that they were up there at that cabin when this stuff happened, that there was, because see, there was, let's see, how many of them did Chelsea say went on that run? I think they said they had at least, I don't know if they just had the two side-by-sides or if they had the two side-by-sides and the quad. I can't remember, but there was at least a couple of the vehicles that they took up there so they could get to it. They had them parked a certain way outside of this cabin, okay? Because I'm guessing, you know, part of the reason for that being that they had a limited amount of space to maneuver and stuff like that. And I won't know any of that until I am physically up there. But being a witch and having the skills and abilities that I am newly coming to and learning about and learning how to fine tune it, as it were, and learn how to manage it and use it proper and all that. I feel like my energy alone would be like a very strong magnet for this force to come to us there, whatever that force was. Now, if like we were standing by the quads or the side-by-sides, or we were standing on the porch of this cabin, if it even has a porch, because I don't know yet, and this thing came out of the woods and I saw a cougar, I would be in that fucking cabin so fast and hope to God that all of us would manage to get in there at the same time and slam that fucking door shut and go around and see if there's any way to barricade the windows and stuff so it can't jump through the window, because it would break my heart if I had to kill one of these animals to save our own lives. I wouldn't hesitate. I would just react and probably, you know, have no choice, but it would break my heart. I don't ever want it to come to that. So whatever this experience was that they did experience up there, I'm not really going to know much more about it until I actually go myself. But my approach will be, I would literally talk to the spirits as soon as we got there. I would cast a protective circle around us immediately, as soon as we all got off the quads or whatever. And I would be like, okay, everybody join hands. I'm casting a protective circle around us. So whatever this force is, the circle will keep us safe, and at least it will distract it long enough. Like if it turns out to be a cougar or something that comes running at us, it'll distract it, stop it long enough for us to be able to get safely inside the cabin and shut the door and bolt it or whatever we got to do. But it's a doggone shame at the same time that the couple that actually owns this cabin just abandoned it. They don't go there anymore. It's like, why have something that beautiful and that special? And I don't even know, like I said, what it looks like yet, because I haven't been there and they didn't think to take any pictures of it. So here's what happened though. So they had the quads and the side-by-sides parked in a certain fashion. in front of the cabin. Okay. It was night. And they felt this presence that was like, it literally felt like it was just a few feet away from them. But if it was like a mountain lion or a cougar or something like that, my thought would go to, well, then you would think it would come walking up towards us like, dinner, or something. It would literally physically show itself. So whatever this force was, whatever this thing was that created these noises and these sounds, no, they didn't get attacked. They just felt threatened and felt like it was a warning to leave. So they immediately pretty much got on their vehicles and they got the crap out of there. But I would talk to the spirits and say, look, we're not here to harm you. We're not here to take the cabin away from you. If you claim the cabin as your own, that's fine. All we're asking is let us be a part of it. Let us share it with you. There's going to be times of the year and seasons and stuff that we probably won't be in the cabin. It'd be too dangerous to be up there. So you are absolutely welcome to come and live here. Just all we're asking is share it, because it's a beautiful place that a couple bought that has now been abandoned and they don't go there anymore. And my thought is this: maybe the reason why they stopped going is because they had similar experiences and it terrified them so badly that they left. They just picked up their shit and left. And if we're talking about a cabin, so I mean, think about it. How much do you think a cabin in the middle of the woods like that would be? And let alone how much it would take to build it. Because my thought is that they either had it built or built it themselves. It's never been clarified which one. So I would also take offerings, and we would find a designated area up there that I would ask the spirits that were, approaching us and making these noises and stuff. It's like, how about this? You share this place with us. You allow us to come up and enjoy it sometimes, and let us see you. Let us get to know you. Because if it's something like a mountain lion or a cougar or something that's just looking at you like your dinner, then yeah, it's probably not gonna, you just walk into the circle and lay down at your feet and just expect, start purring. Okay. But anyway, let me finish. Okay. So Chelsea said, I don't remember if she was outside when she saw it or if it was inside. She also showed me a photo on her camera that looked like you can tell that something was there. It was low to the ground. You couldn't really make out any features, but it looked like it was white and glowing. Okay. So my thought is it might have been some type of a spirit. I don't know. But anyway, Chelsea saw something dart behind the quads or something, or was walking around them, or was checking them out, or something of that nature. And she said she saw something rise from a squatted position to a standing position, and all they could see was a dark silhouette. Because, I mean, think about it. It's pitch black out there. If you don't have lights on that side by side, which you almost would have to even get safely there, especially on a quad, because on a quad, you're wide open. You don't have any additional metal protecting you that maybe if an animal came at you, if you're lucky, it would you could hit it, run it over and kill it. But if it come down to it and it is a logical animal and one of us would have to kill it, it would break my heart to witness that, because it's still a living animal and it's still of the goddess. And it doesn't feel like it's doing anything wrong. It feels like its turf is being invaded by humans. And how many of us have killed those animals? How many of us throughout history has mankind gone up and destroyed these animals to the point of extinction? I mean, I don't blame them for being a little pissed at us, but don't judge us by what others have done. Give us a chance. Get to know us yourself. Not see us as dinner, but see us as a true companion, a true friend that just wants to share the beauty of this place and where you call home with you. That's all. We're not asking to come in and take over. We're not trying to invade your turf. We're not trying to be disrespectful in any way. Let us see you, get to know us. We are not the bad guys here. We are not here to do you any harm. So please don't do us any harm. You know? So they've seen silhouettes. They've seen shadow figures up there, Holly. And they were absolutely terrified, and they caught the warnings and they got the crap out of there. And I'm glad they did, because if it was, for instance, a mountain lion or something like that, or something that could eat them, yeah, I don't want to get a phone call from somebody saying, "Oh, Janet, I hate to tell you this, but your niece is no longer around because she got ate by a cougar and I barely escaped." Yeah, I don't want that conversation. I don't ever want that conversation. Mm-mm. I'm pretty sure that when they go on this ride up to this cabin, because it's so far up into the woods, that it takes a while to get there. Now, I don't know how long of a period of time Justin means by it takes a while to get there. I'm like, oh shit. So you're basically telling me that there's a good possibility that even if you left during a part of the day when it was bright out, by the time you got there, you would be lucky to have a couple of hours or less even before darkness would fall upon you. And then you would be up there. And like you pointed out, Holly, you'd be in their territory. You'd be on their turf. And you better have a damn good game to back it, or your ass is going to be lunch, dinner, and a snack too. Or if you're lucky, the goddess and God will see where you're coming from, and they will negotiate with these animals and talk them out of eating. They're like, don't eat these people. They're good people, and they're being absolutely 100% fair. Because I mean, Chelsea and Justin probably don't think about, hey, why don't we just go up and talk to them? That's what I would do. I might be terrified out of my damn mind, but I would talk to them. And I'd be like, we're not here to do you any harm, Just let us share this place with you. That's all. And it's not like we're going to come up here every single day or anything like that, because if it's going to be a treacherous route to get up here, I'm not going to be taking it very often. And the only way I would be able to get up there is if somebody took me up there, because I'm not ready to get on a quad and start tooling through the mountains when I've never even driven one. So no, that is not going to happen. I'll be right back, girls. 2 things. Got to visit the loo and refill my drink. So, but I'll leave this going. Poor Chris is probably like, I wish she'd shut up and go downstairs with that live stream. She's bothering my book reading. thought there was more in that.
And what?
This Coke in here because I dumped part of another one
Oh,
into it.
I thought it was mine.
You punk!
Well, I'm usually the one who
I'm
doesn't
gonna go get
finish.
this screeching creature and sick it on you.
I'm usually the one who doesn't finish a Coke and puts it back in the fridge. So I thought I'd done it last night.
Oh,
I didn't
I'm
remember.
gonna beat him. Can I beat him? You girls can come and help me. Beat him to death. He drank my pop. Little punk. So now I gotta open another one and we've only got one left. Holly, because of the shadow figures they saw, that's what tends to make me lean towards, there's the question of, okay, if a banshee chose to show itself to someone like one of us, how exactly would it do it? Would it physically come at us as if it was charging, like like it was about to attack? Or would it just do the warning of the sounds, hoping that those alone would be enough to terrify us to get us to turn around and get out of there? So I'll have to research banshee lore myself on the internet sometime here soon and see if I can. Because, does anybody know, has the sound of a banshee, an actual banshee screaming, has anyone ever got any audio about something like that? Like maybe some other paranormal investigators or not? While I'm thinking about it, just for kicks and giggles. What does a banshee screaming sound like?
Here's a summary from the Irish road trip. What does a banshee sound like? The sound is said to be a loud wailing that can be heard for miles around.
Okay. See if I can find one that I can actually play. Dang it, it's not giving me any of these that actually play. They said it sounds like a wailing type of sound. Well, I can't. Okay, that's a dead end because they don't actually have any. Come on. Just trying to make the picture bigger. Okay. So some of my questions would be, and you already answered, Holly, so thank you. I didn't figure, because something like a confirmed banshee scream, according to what I was able to bring up on my phone, it didn't have any listed. It didn't have any actual audio listed, but it said it tends to sound like a type of wailing, as if it's a woman in pain or something like that. Some of what Chelsea witnessed when she had this experience, Holly, and I think you caught the other live stream that I talked about it on there, was she felt like somebody was taking a ton of needles and sticking them down her back. She heard it literally singing in her ear, and it sounded very human. It was singing in her ear. It didn't, and she was the only one that heard it. So
No.
this could have just as easily been a spirit. I don't know.
My understanding of a banshee scream is that it's kind of like a cross between wailing, crying type wailing, and a scream.
Yeah. But, I look at it this way. It gives us all three, me, you, and Holly, Brooke, it gives us something interesting to research and see if any of us can come up with any actual recorded, confirmed, this is a banshee screaming, kind of thing. Yes, I believe he is too. And from what Chelsea experienced, because she said when this thing was singing in her ear, she was the only one that heard it. Okay? She asked Justin, she's like, Justin, there's something singing in my ear. This thing is singing in my ear. And Justin's like, I don't hear anything. So why was Chelsea the only one that heard it? She felt the needles down her back, and she ended up miscarrying Justin's son that he very desperately wanted. And he said, babe, he said, from now on, he said, you are not going up to that place if you're pregnant. He said, I will not take you up there if you're pregnant. Because I've never actually did any banshee lore research. So the way I understand it is an episode of Charmed that they had where Phoebe was turned into a banshee. Okay. The sound wasn't like that either. It was almost alien-like. And the fact that she heard something singing in her ear, it wasn't screeching in her ear, it was singing in her ear, and she felt the needles down her back, and she ended up miscarrying her son. And that was something that Justin, desperately wanted. And who's to say that if it was a banshee or a type of creature similar to a banshee or whatever, it was taking vengeance on Justin because he's been up there playing around in these areas way before Chelsea came along. And they became a couple. He may have pissed something off, if he didn't have any knowledge or wisdom about those type of creatures even existing there, but then he wouldn't know what to do. I wouldn't know what to do. But whatever this thing was, it did actually try to possess Chelsea and attach itself to her, because Justin was on his quad or his side-by-side or whatever, and he was flying to get the hell out of there as quick as he could. And he looked behind him to see if Chelsea was following, and he saw her frozen on her quad. She was just literally sitting there like in a trance. She couldn't move. Okay? You want to talk about terrifying. Holy mother of wow. That would be terrifying. And he said her face was glazed over like she was being possessed. I don't know how he managed to snap her out of it. I'm just glad that he did. But now it also makes me question, how do we know this thing didn't follow them back? How do we know this thing isn't lurking somewhere closer to them, but they just don't know? Because they don't, as far as I know, they don't go tooling around on the mountain in the middle of the night unless they have lights, working lights on their vehicles, because otherwise they can end up being their own doom, because you would not be able to see to go through that forest without some type of lights on those vehicles, I would think. But I will definitely look up banshee lore. It's just, it's kind of like when you hear something like this, it never leaves your head. It's almost like it's there, constantly playing over and over and over again. And it can be nerving, it can be unnerving, it can literally even drive people insane. Hey, Brooke. So I need to know the full story, you know what I'm saying? And like one of the safer ways that I can think about. Yeah, yeah, and I will too, Holly. You know, I will too, and we'll collaborate. And then I'll be like, okay, this is what I found out. Did you find anything? You know, and we'll kind of see if either of us gets lucky and maybe finds. But what Chelsea was able to find and look up, okay, is that banshees, they say if you're touched by a banshee and you're pregnant, it can cause you to miscarry. The singing in the ear, she said that also seemed to be classic of what some of the banshee behaviors. Me personally, I mean, until I'm up there and I experience it myself, I'm kind of clueless. I can go by what I heard and what I felt, but it literally felt like whatever this was, it didn't attack them. So if it was like a hungry cougar or something, why didn't it attack them? Why did it just screech at them and scare them away? I mean, it's not. Now they said they did hear something moving through the woods, and they said whatever it was, it had some weight to it, because you could tell by the ways the fucking branches and shit were snapping and breaking. So yeah, again, you know, cougars, they do have a certain amount of weight, I'm sure, especially if they're well fed and they're able to catch a lot of game up there in the woods, you know, and on the areas and or in the areas where they were at. Like especially if you come upon a gaming trail, because if you come upon a gaming trail and it's a known gaming trail for something like a cougar, then yeah, I wouldn't be messing around there. Because if they feel invaded, then yeah, they're going to be in more like they're going to be in attack mode before they're going to be anything else. So if I just, from what my gut is telling me, I believe that it was something magical. I believe it was some type of creature that was magical, that was powerful, that was not of this world, not of this world, not of this realm. And I was like, you know what? I've never heard a banshee, but I think you got a banshee here, girlfriend. I really, really, really do. And I was like, whatever you do, keep that audio. Don't ever lose that audio. So now it's put us all on a mission to see what we can find out ourselves by doing some research on like actual banshees, you know, and stuff like that. As a matter of fact, let me type in, here we go, recorded banshee screams. Just see if anything comes up. Oh, okie dokie. I found one, Holly. I found one that it's videos of recorded banshee screams. So I don't know if you guys will be able to hear it, but I hope so. Whoa. That's horrifying. Holy mother.
That's someone hissing into a microphone. Not a banshee.
Oh my God. Whoa. Holy shit. Oh boy. Okay, I gotta put this one on my favorites. Okay, now that sounds more like what I would feel like would be a cougar. What do you think? What do you guys think? Huh. That's weird. Interesting. Well then. Oh yeah, that definitely sounds like a fucking banshee. Hoo-wee! These are some creepy sounds right here.
It's late at night. You're alone. The cold wind is blowing wildly against the window. You hear it whistling behind you. But you feel
Okay. I don't want this live scream to turn into a banshee scream. Okay. Okay, Holly. One of the ones that played just now, okay, sounded more like one of them, it sounded more to me like, yeah, exactly, banshees are female. One of the sounds sounded to me like what you would probably interpret to be a screaming fox, because when you played that audio clip for me earlier and said this is a screaming fox, this is a mountain lion, and then I just now played the banshee ones, the one that gave me the same kind of fucking cold chills, I kid you not, was the one where the banshee, it sounded like it was it was kind of a, like Chris said, it was a cross between a wail and a scream. So that it sounded more like, because it, when I listened to it and I heard it on her audio, I was like, holy shit, girl, you've got a banshee on record. Holy shit. But it was one of those. It was more that type of, because the first part of it almost sounded like, and this is the part I have the hardest time describing. I want to say, let's see, what type of musical instrument could possibly make that type of sound? Like if it was defective or something. But it was more like a, it had a musical note to it. I will say that. It had a musical note to it. And it gave me cold chills from head to toe. And it was a very unsettling feeling, okay? Now, this is what they said about the Charmed episode. This was their take on banshees. That banshees tend to zero in on how they pick their victims is they find people that are in great amounts of pain and despair. And, you know, a man, for instance, has lost his wife. And this was one of the ones that was in the episode. This old guy was looking at a photo album of his deceased wife, and he was so totally destroyed by her loss that he started whimpering on his couch. He was several floors up in a high-rise building, living alone with his cat or his dog. I think it was his dog, because they say that dogs can tell when a banshee is around. A dog will act a certain way. It will have a certain, like, you know, I feel like a dog would like tuck its tail between its legs and try to hide and start whimpering if it encountered one of these things. I don't know. I guess it depends on the dog. And if it's a tough breed, then it would probably try to attack it. I don't know. But This man was crying over his wife, and then all of a sudden it was almost like an earthquake, and everything started rattling, and glass started flying off his shit and crashing to the floor, and then all the windows in his high rise shattered, and he went like this. He put his hands up against his face, and he was bleeding from his eyes, he was bleeding from his nose, from his mouth, and from his ears, and it basically killed him. Because that is probably, I guess, the most common that people will say when it comes to banshees is the sound of a banshee can kill. The sound of a banshee is so horrific that it can literally make your ears bleed. Okay. So whatever this, I mean, it could have just been one of those spirits or entities that just has not yet been discovered, and none of us knew existed. And my niece and her boyfriend happened to be, yeah, it may have been, you know. I don't know. It said like, cause I just clicked on, you know, banshee screams, and it brought up a list, Holly, of audio clips that had been supposedly recorded, or maybe it was something that was manufactured that, according to the way people know a banshee to sound or think a banshee to sound, with technology nowadays, you can copy a banshee scream, I'm sure, you know, quite easily. I mean, I can bring it back up if you want, Holly, and I can try and give you some names if I see any. Wait a minute. I put it in my favorites. What am I doing? Here, hopefully it'll be at the top of the list. Or is it going to be all the way to the bottom? The banshee, recorded banshee screams. Bing. I went through Bing, Holly. That was one of them. Okay, here it was. It's called Free Sound FX, bing.com/videos, banshee cry scream sound effects pack. Now I can play these again, and I will list them by number, and the number of the one that I feel sounded the closest to what I heard on her phone, then I will call out that number. Okay, guys? So let me play these again and see if I can find it again, because I'll know the one that it is, because it gives me cold chills. This is number one. Not yet. Number one. That's not it. Same one. That's not it. Nope. Same one. That one. Number 3. Right there. That one right there. That was more like what it sounded like to me. Number 3. So it was the third one that played, because I'm getting cold chills again. Yeah. But that's when I heard number 3. Okay. I said that one right there. I got cold chills again. I literally got cold chills all through my body. So that to me is confirmation that's, at least to me, that's what her recording sounded like to me on her phone. Sounded like the third banshee scream. And I said that one right there, if you guys heard those. So if you want to look it up yourself, you know, Holly, go right ahead. I gave you all the information that I could. It's bing.com/videos, banshee scream, something like that. But yeah, that number 3 was the kicker. Number 3 was the one. Because like I said, not only because I remember the sound was the first thing I heard, but also as I listened it through, at one point it literally sounded like a very human, English speaking, like I am right now, woman that I think was trying to say something to Chelsea, but I heard it because just like with paranormal investigations, as you girls well know from any that you have saw yourself on YouTube, there is when you're out there at some of these places, and especially when they're out in the middle of nowhere and there's no traffic or there's no housing or there's no people for like a really, really, really far distance, where you are extremely vulnerable, extremely at the mercy of whatever or whoever might be lurking about. Some of the sounds that some of the YouTubers have recorded is very, very alarming and very unnerving. And that doesn't mean that it was necessarily an actual banshee or whatnot. It could simply be them doing side effects to make more people watch. I mean, I will say that for sure, because like I said, technology is so much advanced to the point now that all I can tell you girls is that third banshee scream, the one I said, that one right there, I got cold chills. And that is exactly what it sounded like on her phone. Play the third sound again. Okay, hang on. I got to bring it back up because I've got it on my favorites list. Makes it a lot easier. Where'd it go? Okay. It's all the way down here. Okay, here it is. It's called Banshee, Recorded Banshee Screams by Bing. Come on. Yeah. Okay, hang on. I'm going to have to bring up another screen to do this. Otherwise, it will cancel the live stream. Come on, where are you at? Here we go. Okay, Holly. Here, I'm about to play it now. So when I say that one, then you'll know that that's the one that I consider number 3, okay? Not that one. 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 Nope. That one right there. That one right there. Did you hear it that time, Holly? That one right there. That is exactly what her audio sounded like. That was it, because I'm getting cold chills again. Now, these are just some others that... Now, this is the one I think sounds like a fox. Play it, but don't talk. Okay. Yeah, it definitely, it doesn't sound like that one. Okay, I'll go back, Holly, and just let you guys. Nope, it's not that one. Okay, this is... So hopefully you heard it that time, Holly. But it was just the one you think sounds like a fox sounds to me like a Chihuahua or a French bulldog. Just saying. Okay. And I did. I played that clip through, and that was the one, the very last one that you heard that before I shut them off. That was more like what it sounded like that she played for me on her phone. And it gave me cold chills. And I was like, whoa! It's like, okay, this is not creepy at all. No. So yeah, that's some pretty scary stuff. You want to talk about unnerving? Yeah. But I say that when they decide to take me, one of the times that I can make it down there, I will definitely have, I'll have my audio, little digital audio recorder. I'll even turn on my phone and record, because you might get stuff on both and not even know about it. Like sometimes when you guys do investigations. Metal being dragged on metal. Holly said the last one that I played sounded like, and she was asking you if it sounded to you more like metal scraping on metal.
Huh?
He's too into his book, Holly. You can't ask him nothing. The last Banshee scream that I played, which is the closest to what I heard on Chelsea's phone, Holly was asking you if it sounded like metal being scraped on metal.
Trying to remember the last one I heard. Someone just popped up.
Huh? Okay. He said he would have to pay attention to what it sounded like. Yeah, he's not. He's into his book. He said he would have to hear the last one that I spoke of.
I'm trying to remember what it sounded like to me, because I'm one of those. I have a tendency to notice most things, not always consciously though.
Right.
And sometimes it's hard to pull the shit back out of my subconscious.
Right. Okay, hang on.
Here,
What am I doing?
you could have just. Never mind.
I know I could have just done a lot of things, but you know me, I'm a dumbass, so I don't. Come on, get off the screen.
Click someplace else, dude.
That's what I did.
Up in the top.
No, the Banshee recording's down here.
No, I meant next time, click in the title bar up at the top.
Okay, I'm going to play these again.
Don't play them all again.
I don't know how far to skip ahead to that one. Didn't sound like that.
Almost all these sound like. So far, none of these.
That one. He's trying to sort it out.
They all sound like they're.
It's okay, guys. I didn't mean.
They.
Oh boy.
They sound like there's some type of completely 100% electronic generated.
Yeah, I believe these were mostly sound effects of what some claim they sound like. But what I heard on her phone, all I can tell you guys is it sounded like that last one. To me, that's what it sounded like. Now, if you guys heard it yourselves, you may hear it totally different than I did. All I know is I trust what I felt, but that was before I knew about the night animals that you mentioned, Holly, that can have a sound, a certain sound that people could mistake as a banshee. I don't know the behaviors of banshees. I don't know, like, if one wanted to be known, if it would just fly out of the woods at you, screeching all the way, and you'd probably die of fright. I don't know if it would be more like how you guys felt at the cross, where you felt that really, really dark, dangerous, I don't feel safe here kind of feeling, you know? But all I can tell you is it's nothing like I've ever heard. And I'm all for debunking it if we can, because if it is, realistically, if it is one of these animals, then hell yeah, I want to fucking know, because that means that you have to be even more careful and don't be stupid and go up there alone. Because if you go up there alone and something happens, who's going to go up and find the body if there's even one left? Who's going to find the remains? I don't want to be that person, and I certainly don't want to be the person getting ate, and I don't want to be the person finding the body or anything left of it, where the animal killed them and dragged them off, because it would probably be one of my people that just got ate, and I would be very upset and emotional about it. Yes, it was. It did have a musicalness to it, but this is her phone. Now think about other ways to possibly debunk what she heard. Could it have been something, the phone, I mean, because I don't know like what type of signal they had out there, or how far or how deep into these woods this place is, or this area, and I'm not going to know unless I'm there. That's the only way that I'm truly going to know, but if it is an animal, then we need to know that equally, because then that puts everybody that goes up there at risk. And if we can't find a plausible, credible way to carry some type of weapon up there with us, so that if it is an animal and it comes at one of us to attack, and we have no choice but to put it down, to shoot it and kill it, then that is exactly what will be done. Because I don't know if Justin has any guns. I don't remember him showing me any, but maybe he does. I don't know. I would think out in the woods like that and living in the mountains. Yes. Yeah, exactly. So could it have just as easily been the phone reacting to something electronically that made it sound like something? Yes, it very much so could have been. But the part of it that sticks out to me was the very first part of it that she played. Yes, that could be too. That could be too. And all I know is whatever this was, they felt extremely threatened. They felt like it was a warning, to get out of there, that they were not welcome there, and they got out. But something tried to attach itself to Chelsea, and I guess Justin went back for her and, snapped her out of whatever trance this thing had her in, or whatever it was that was trying to take her over. I mean, so the way I understand banshees, and this is before I've really done any actual lore about them or read about them or, saw YouTube videos or anything of that nature, is they come after people that are in great pain. I don't know if that's true or not. Okay. There's a lot of what ifs out there. There's a lot of, well, it could be this, it could be that, it could be, completely natural, normal, just some animal that sees a bunch of humans in its territory and it wants them out. I'm not discounting any of that. But what I heard and felt, I do trust in. And all I can tell you was it gave me the creeps. Yeah. And she said from what she was able to read on the Banshee research that she did, that they do, if you are touched by a banshee, or if you are sung to by one or something, because I've never heard of them coming up and literally just singing in your ear. I've never heard of that, so I don't know. I mean, that doesn't sound very characteristic as a banshee to me. That sounds more like it could have been some type of a spirit. It could have been a spirit that was conjured up because some damn fool thought it would be fun to do a frickin' satanic cult or ritual or some craziness up there. We don't know. There's too many things that have to be looked at and considered before completely saying, oh no, it was just something else. Yes, it is. It is. It's blood curdling. It just makes you go, oh shit, get it away from me. Get away, get away. And it really scared them. Whatever it was, if its goal was to scare them out of there, well, it definitely succeeded. Okay, for sure. But, the Banshee lore will be interesting. It'll be interesting to read up on them, because Banshees that would be possibly native to Kentucky, I have no clue if there's a certain, not breed of them, or if there's like a certain type that maybe would be native to the mountains of Kentucky. But they said they saw Bigfoot up there. Now, granted, they're country folk, and I'm not saying they're stupid, they're my people, but the darkness can play tricks on you. It can play tricks on the mind, especially the darker it is out and you have like very little to possibly even so dangerously as no light at all. To see something that's literally right in front of you, that would be alarming. If somebody actually, imagine getting a lighter out of your pocket, flicking the damn thing, and seeing some fucking creature standing not 4 foot from you at arm's length. Like it could literally reach out and grab you and fucking drag you off the mountain and kill you. I don't know. It's an unsolved mystery that I will definitely do the best that I possibly can, every way that I possibly can. Either debunk it and chalk it up to, oh yeah, it's been verified, it was just a cougar. So, but see, here's my, whatever it was, what throws me is it didn't attack. I guess it did in its own way, but it did not physically attack them. Now, when she was talking about the needles down her back, I don't know. The only other recourse that I can possibly come up with is to do a ritual some night. Most likely I'll do it down in Maria's because there's more room down there and everything, and I would definitely cast a protective circle and all that. Call one to us. Call the spirit of one or something that could either verify that yes, that's what it was, or it could very possibly see or say that, hey, or you get the feeling that no, that was me, or no, that was one of us, or no, I think it was a cougar, I think it was a fox, or a screech owl even. But for me to hear physical talking that also was part of the sound, because I know what Chelsea's voice sounds like. It was not Chelsea. I don't think they had any other girls up there with them, but they may have. A female with young, and she was warning Chelsea away from the area. It's at least something to consider. Yeah. And I know that animals out there in the mountains like that, especially if they have babies, and you're lucky enough that it just frightened you away when it could just as easily physically attack you and kill you to feed its young. I don't want to be some animal's dinner any more than I want to have to be the one to shoot it to keep my people from getting killed by it. That would break my heart. I don't ever want to be put in that kind of position. Oh. But I'll come up with a ritual. I'll see if I can safely call one to me. But I will do a reading on it first. I will go into a meditative state. Very true. Yes. And I could see an animal being focused on frightening us away from its young because it's young. How would it defend its young and be able to physically attack? So yeah, I can see what you're saying there. Holly, you're right. And I'm all for debunking this as much as we possibly can. But obviously there's something up there in those woods, and whatever it is, I would just rather know, so that I know to either stay away from the area or try to talk to the spirit or try to talk to the animal, if it is an animal, in a way that it's like, look, we're not here to hurt you. We're not here to hurt your young. We're not here. We are not a threat to you. We just really love this cabin. We love that it's out in the middle of the woods, and it's a beautiful piece of housing that's just sitting there going to waste. Why have a cabin in the woods if you're too terrified to use it or go there? Because I don't know about you, but once a cabin is built, what would you have to go through to dismantle it, if that's even possible? Break it down into its original, like original wood pieces or whatever, and haul it out. But to get, especially with all the trees, the tree line and stuff that you would have to navigate through, how the hell would they? It's not like they could hover, like a fucking helicopter could hover over this house, attach cables to it, lift it up in the sky, and carry it somewhere. I don't know of anything like that possible, is it? But I would love to see it at least once. Figure out what's what, so that we can, at least we'll know, and then we'll have to decide at that point. And this is going to be the hard part, because if it's a nice cabin and it's still in reasonably good shape, it's going to be damn tempting to go up there and just hang out, go up there and do some rituals to create harmony in the area. So whatever animals are living there, know that when you're there, if they would like to show themselves to say hello, they're absolutely welcome to do so from whatever distance away from you in the cabin they feel safe to do so. But you go up there with a loving attitude and intention, and you just talk to the spirits. How many people think to do that? Whatever it is, it's going to make its presence known. And if you can't reach an agreement with it, or you can't get it to feel like you're not a threat, well, then I guess you would just have to say goodbye to the place and never go there again. Because if you're warned from an area like that from an animal, why would you be stupid enough to go back? Because the next time it might attack, And I would hate to see that happen to any of my people in their innocence and naiveness of They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Chelsea, I've not had a chance to instruct her even in the slightest way, really, as far as magic. Uh, she would have to decide for herself. And this is how I have always approached her and anybody else down there. It's like, look, guys, I'm a part of this family. I'm absolutely stoked to be a part of this family. I love it. But we have to, at the same time, we have to have some boundaries too. We have to find a way to either live here together in harmony, or if that's not achievable, then maybe just coming up for a week, once in a while or something would be more plausible than, say, going up there and everybody's in a pissy mood, and then that just kind of brings everybody down, and you just wasted 4 hours driving up there to see them, only to feel like, okay, this was a bad idea, and have to turn around and go 4 hours back. And not to mention all the gas that would be wasted in the process. Gas that costs money that you don't have, Now, my family down there, when I was open from the get-go, because I felt like it was my job and my responsibility to be open with them, and at the same time decide if this was going to be a workable family relationship or not. Is everyone going to be able to get along? For instance, is everybody going to be able to sit down as adults and discover together, even, what are some of the things that we can try that we haven't thought to try yet, that might create the very harmony that we're trying to instill in this home? But when I told them all down there that I was a witch, I said, now hear me out though. I said, I'm not ego stroking. I'm not asking you to put me on a pedestal and all that crap, or worship at my feet. No, none of that. All I'm asking is your openness and your acceptance of the fact that if I'm going to be a part of this family like everybody seems to want me to be, and I absolutely want to be, you have to be okay with me being a witch. Every single one of them were like, whoa, yeah, you're a witch? Cool. I'm like, okay, that'll work. Thank you. So I don't know if Chelsea's even decided she's a witch, if she considers herself a witch, or furthermore, if she even wants to study it. I don't know, because the poor dear, on a more mundane realm here or topic, she needs help, because she's trying to do everything down there. She's trying to mind the kids. She's trying to get the house clean and keep it clean. She's trying to get food on the table. She's trying to get her business going. She's already had one breakdown because she was so overwhelmed with everything being expected of her, and nobody's lifting a finger to help. Now, I'm sorry, but that's wrong. Okay? If she's going to be a part of that family, they should not be treating her like that. They should come down, especially Thelma and Bill, because Thelma and Bill, guys, they live on the hill. Thelma and Bill live on the hill. I love it. They live on the hill up there. They're the ones that live in the trailer. Chelsea and Justin's house is 2 levels. It don't have a basement. It has a main floor. It has the room you have to step down into, which is the laundry room, and that's off the bathroom. Okay, so the only way you can access it is through the laundry room. Kalika, will you make up your mind? Are you going to lay in my lap? Or are you going to walk everywhere? Now, come on. If you're going to lay down, please lay down. Stop doing all this back and forth crap. I'm in the middle of a live stream, for God's sake. Bass, could you please make her chill the fuck out a little bit? Gee, Merry Christmas. So here is some of what Chelsea and I have discussed and it is in the beginning stages of how can we make this happen. My biggest issue, I know, and I try not to get snappy with her, but I just hate that she does this at the worst possible time. She's in my face when I'm trying to live stream. I know she missed me, and I do try to accommodate her, and pet her and give her lovey pets, what I call lovey pets. Here, let me move this, babe. Let me move that. Here, let mommy move that. There, here. Lay down here. Lay down here. Oh, God. Kalika, whoa, please don't knock my mouse on the floor. If you want to lay back down that way, go ahead. Just, I need you to settle, honey. See, I can do it. Just gotta refocus and go. Don't snap at her, Janet. She's just being a cat. She wants her mommy time, and she's used to when mommy's here, she's used to being able to be on my lap whenever she wants. Yeah, exactly. And they're very independent and everything too. So I know cats are very independent. And a lot of times, yes, it is on their terms, or all the time, whatever. Cats are devious little critters sometimes, but Chelsea literally wants me to stay there for a solid week, Holly. And she's like, Mom, she's not mom, but she's like, Janet, she's Aunt Janet, you come down here for a whole week. She said, we'll do some ghost hunting, because there are definitely some spirits in those woods, and they're not all animals. I believe there are some very, very human-like. And I mean, there's graves up there that she showed me. She showed me a graveyard of a family that lives in the cluster of houses that's within or close to the brackets of where Justin's property line begins. And then on this side of it is where they're at, but on this side of it, that's where Justin's property starts. I didn't get any pictures of the house. I got like one picture of the house. I think I video recorded for a couple of seconds or minutes, because it takes a few minutes, to get up that road to get to their house. So you pass several houses on either side, usually trailers and stuff. Because, think about it, with the type of space they have, they are somewhat limited, and it's a lot cheaper to get a trailer moved somewhere than to produce a bunch of money for a bunch of materials to build a house, like Justin was able to do for Chelsea and her kids, and welcome them as his own. Yeah, so I've been, wishing for a ghost hunting team and stuff like this, and obviously they're already into it. They're already like, yeah, let's do this. It's cool as hell. And with somebody that has more experience than even they, especially with my magical knowledge and whatnot, they don't have yet. So I would try to combine it in such a way that not only would everybody guaranteed be safe, but it would be understood by these energies, whether they living, human, non-dead, dead, non-dead, whatever, a harmony, and let's just get along. Can we please just share this place? We will go no further than here. If we have to physically draw a line in the ground and like put up some type of fencing around it, I don't know. I don't know what it would take. But so those spirits know that as long as they can maintain a friendliness, then they're absolutely welcome to come and visit. But the minute that friendliness starts to turn more violent and negative in any fashion, then that's when I'm going to be casting circles, and I'm going to do some magic and call upon some of my own spirits to help them understand that if this is going to work, this is how it's got to go. And if there's some of them that refuse to go by those boundaries or refuse to stay within them, and they're like, no, fuck you, I want you out of here, this is my place. What makes it your place? Just because the people that built it abandoned it doesn't mean that it's automatically the place of other spirits to come and inhabit. Um, but I don't know anything about the couple that own the property, that own the cabin. I don't know why they stopped going. I guess it was kind of like their little secret hideaway of sorts or whatever. And all Chelsea was able to tell me about them was that it was an older couple that owned the cabin. And that's pretty much all I know. Other than they, maybe would try to use it as like a type of a vacation home of sorts, to where they just want to get out of the city for a while. And, the woods, the woods, once you're in there and you're actually living and you become in harmony, if you're lucky with the energies around you and the spirits, then I can't think of a more of a heaven on earth than that. Can you? But because people tend to react before they stop and think, because fear is reactionary. Is it necessary? Well, if you actually are in any type of danger, yes. But how do you gauge if you're in danger or not? Well, your gut will tell you. If you don't get the fuck on your quad right now and get back down this mountain as quickly as possible, you're going to become some animal's dinner. If you don't listen to that, then I'm sorry, you deserve to get eaten. Because there is a respect that has to be shown, and there is a courtesy and a harmony. And if it turns out that these spirits, they've made claim to the property and they refuse to let it go, then let it go. Say thank you for at least listening. Thank you for at least considering. And okay, if you don't want us to come up here anymore, we won't come up here anymore. And if one of us does without your permission, like if they change their mind later or something, come on up. I think we're okay. You seem like good people. Because think about this too. Whatever spirits are up there, as long as, and I don't know if they knew to do this, because I think part of how Justin was able to bring Chelsea out of the trance when he saw her frozen on her quad and he was trying to get him out of there, I think he yelled at this thing or he bitched at it or something that was able to snap her out of it. And then she was finally able to be herself again. Tell them you cannot follow us. You are not allowed to attach yourself to any of us. You cannot follow us back to our dwelling. We mean you no harm. We just really love this place. We want to meet you. We want to know you. We want to live in harmony. And we want to share the cabin if at all possible. Because I asked Chelsea and them, I said, is the cabin unlocked? Or do you have to? And they're like, oh, it's unlocked. You just open the door and walk in. I'm like, okay. So, because here's my thought. If the people that owned it or still own it just abandon it, you would think that they would lock it up, wouldn't they? Or maybe they left the door unlocked as if to say, I don't care who has it, but I'm not going to stay here, not with these type of energies around me, because it just freaked them out. And they're like, not doing it. I'm not staying here. I'm going back down the mountain and leaving you in peace. Because I am not trying to bring any conflict and disharmony in a world that's already full of it. And another thing that I love about the place, and I'm still trying to sort out myself, the magic of it. Just how old this magic is, just how deep it goes into the roots and the soil of the mountains surrounding us when we're there. But my absolute favorite spot to sit is out under that canopy, staring at the mountains in front of me. And it seems like literally time just stands still. It just freezes in place, like someone took a snapshot and you became that snapshot, to where nobody was moving, nothing was moving. And I'm telling you, was it last night? No. during the weekend. It was either Saturday night or Sunday night. I think it was Saturday night. When Chelsea smokes, she does smoke cigarettes. So when Chelsea smokes, she always steps outside. So in order to do that, you have to get off the carpet, which is in the living room, put on your shoes, which is on the tile parts of the floor, the raw parts of the floor that goes into the dining room, would be the kitchen and stuff. Everybody has to take their shoes off before they step on Chelsea's carpet because she don't want people tracking in mud and dirt and making the carpet look nasty because her daughter's crawling around on the floor, and get something in her mouth that can make her sick or something. But the living room and that one section of the living room where this piece of carpet is, because it like literally covers the entire living room area. So in order to go sit on the couch or whatever, you have to take your shoes off by the the computer desk and then walk on the carpet with your socks, just in your stocking feet or whatever. I mean, it's quite comfortable, but at the same time, I don't blame her, for wanting to keep it clean because her daughter's down there, crawling around. But when we were outside Sunday night, every time we went outside to smoke or whatever, it was deathly quiet. I mean, it was like, whoa, just whoa. Look, you literally felt like you were in this little bubble and there was no sound. It was like, it was very intense, but not in a bad way. More like a holy cow, and I just couldn't get over it. I was like, wow, I have not felt and heard such stillness as I do right now at this moment. And when we're out there at night, because of the nocturnal animals and stuff running around, I tend to look up a lot. I'll look up at the tree line. I'll see, what kind of, if I see anything moving, if I see anything that even remotely resembles an animal, because they have a lot of dogs. And Harley, one of their dogs, the one that they have chained up, he's a husky. Yeah, it's very peaceful. The quiet was just so incredibly significant, like I've never in my entire life experienced anything like it. There were no animal sounds. It was just deadly quiet. And I remember thinking in my head, and that's about the time something jumps out at you. And yeah, but I didn't feel threatened. I felt aware. I felt this place has some serious potential. And holy shit, the first time we do any kind of a ritual at that place, what? You want to talk about the energy shifting and changing. Oh boy, will it ever. And it'll just kind of meld into the surrounding areas, which my hope there will be that it will be a massive protective circle that I can keep all of them in and have it cast and have it maintained to where it's there all the time. So none of these dangerous animals do come too close. But now if you go on their territory, then the rules change. Because then you're at their mercy. But it's going to definitely be a whopper, and I hope I can videotape it and find a way to upload it onto YouTube, because this would be the bomb. Because I feel like the minute I cast circle, I would be outside. We would already have the energy around us to add to the power and the strength of it. Light the candles, cast a circle like I would normally do. The only exception I would make is because of the amount of the property that Justin owns, I would ask that the circle be on the outermost parts of that area, like the very area that it stops being Justin's property and belongs to somebody else or whatever, unclaimed, as long as they're within that circle, as long as their property line is within that circle. So kind of like an invisible barrier, like when you go through it, you won't mess it up necessarily, not if you cast it high enough. To me, if you cast it high enough, or you ask it to be a circle of power that fluctuates and can reform itself automatically if you do, for some reason, have to step outside the line and like going up to the cabin, because I just hope we can find out who owns it. Because I don't know about you, but I'm damn curious what they're like, why they bought it, why it was put there, built there, and why they just stopped going. I haven't even seen this place yet, and I feel like, I mean, it's beautiful to me. It could be something that once I get there and I'm like, this is the cabin, oh, what a disappointment. It could just as easily be that way. But if it's intact, which according to them it is, I don't know that these people left like any furniture in there or anything like that, any food or anything. But all I know is I feel the pull. I want to go. And I guess when the time is right, then one day I'll be up there and Carl won't be nowhere around because I'll go up, me and Maria, or I will have confidence by then to go up by myself. And it's like, let's go do this. And we'll just hop on the quads and go. And I will take every bit of equipment that I can take with me, but within reason, because you don't want to carry a bunch of weight either, because that could throw you off as you're trying to climb these mountains, some of which the inclines are literally this steep, like damn near completely vertical. Like when you're going up it, you literally feel like you're going straight up, and you're like, how is this possible without this thing flipping over and rolling with us and possibly causing our death? You know, so it was a challenge, but I aced it. I got through it fine. I didn't freak out. I didn't panic. I was just in awe. I was in absolute awe of the energies around me, of the spirits around me, the fairies that I called out to in my mind. But the place is definitely magical for sure. Has a lot of potential. And I don't know about you girls, but I would absolutely love to have a cabin in the woods. But I don't want it to be so far away from society that it actually becomes a detriment to your health and safety. Like if it becomes too dangerous to stay at a place, then you shouldn't, so whatever happened that those people just stopped going, your curiosity gets the better of you, and you just, I don't know about you, but I want to know. I want to know, because I would love to have that cabin. I wish by some miracle I could claim ownership of it, but I ain't got that kind of money. And what are the chances that somebody would actually be willing to sell it, Because if it's considered like unclaimed or abandoned, then who has legal right to it after, if it's just an abandoned place? Do you have to find the property owners of the area where it is? Do you know, what's the process and procedure that you have to go through to find out? It is. It's very lovely, and it's very peaceful. I'm sorry, Kalika. Mommy just putting her incense up. And I can't, oh boy. Here, I'm sorry, sweetie. Here, I'm just going to hold this one because I don't want it like blowing right in her face or anything. for years that if I ever won the big lottery, I would buy some land in the woods and build a cabin on it. You know, I would too, hun. I would too. But I would, the location that I would pick, I would make sure it was safe. I would make sure it was practical, that it was plausible, that it was manageable, and I would do protective stuff, and I would become familiar with, like I said, the spirits and energies around the place so that we could hopefully live together in harmony. Yeah. Yeah. And when I was down there, and I'll say this every time, when I'm down there, it feels like home to me. It feels more like home to me than the apartment I'm sitting in right now in the middle of the city with all the craziness. Excuse me, at least out there in those mountains, there can be very real dangers, but there can also be cautions that you can take and things that you could do to make it feasible and safe for everybody and anybody that goes up there. But make sure that they're people that aren't going to go up and trash the place, go up there and, leave a bunch of freaking empty beer cans and do a bunch of lewd, crude stuff and X-rated stuff that, you would see in a bad porn film. I don't want that place to experience anything like that, because to me, that is the very thing that's going to draw the very kind of energies to you that you don't want. Had to move. So, oh, what fun. Oh, what fun. Oh, what fun. Oh, what fun. So, Holly, hopefully here in the future sometime, hun. Like I said, I don't think I want to do it now that it's getting colder. Not to mention how dangerous it could be to try and get a car up the road that you have to go up just to get to Chelsea's place, Chelsea and Justin's place. If you don't know where to turn, you'll drive right by it. So you definitely have to know where you're going. And I've gone at least twice with my brother, so I think I could manage it. But I just don't know if I would be able to physically handle driving 4 hours straight. Because it's not like if me and Maria go, I'm the only one that can drive. No one is legal on our insurance but me and Chris to drive our car. So if somebody else drives our car and some kind of accident happens, that's going to come back and bite us in the keister. And I don't want that, and I certainly don't want us to lose our car, because then nobody's going anywhere. But I'm hoping in the future sometime, Holly, when we can verify some things, okay? And we can set it up with Chelsea and they get more familiar with me, being in their life and this and that. I would love to have you, Paul, and Shay come with me to their place so we could go up and experience this together, because you want to talk about a YouTube video, honey. Damn. We'd probably get 1 million views. Not to mention a kick-ass paranormal investigation. Other things happening in the world of Janelle? I don't know. Yes. And I think you guys would have a good time. I certainly did. And it was a very courageous thing for me to go twice on 2 different vehicles, on one, in the other, up in these mountains. You can't describe it. It's like, wow, I just want to stay here. I could see having a cabin in these woods, and just that would be like paradise if it's properly done. Do a lot of magic up there. Draw in the good spirits, ask them if they'd be willing to help us, keep out the negative spirits, but at the same time, be able to still somehow keep the energies balanced so that it's like a happy medium. Like, oh yeah, that's just the banshees out in the forest. Don't mind them. Hey girls, what's up? How you doing? Um, or Bigfoot coming and paying a visit, because that's another indescribable that I don't know that I will be able to put into words if we go up there and I actually see for myself a Bigfoot. I can see myself standing there literally frozen in time, in terror, in fear, but also in love and awe of seeing just how big these creatures are and how powerful and how strong, and be able to have, as weird as this may seem to some, an acquaintance and familiarity with them, so that them coming to pay a visit is no different than a human friend coming to pay a visit and say, hi, how you doing, how are things, you know. A lot of fun. A lot of fun, a lot of potential. Yeah, you're not the only one, Brooke. That place is magical. You will not feel anything like it in the city. Never, ever, 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 especially when your niece takes you by a family grave, even though it's not our family, it's somebody's family. That is more precious and sacred than a lot of other stuff that's happened in my life, that I've done in my life, that I've encountered, experienced or whatever. But another issue as far as going down there, Holly, and staying for a week, I wouldn't be able to take my cats, at least Carmela and Kalika. I think Bella and Boo would be okay here, not to mention it would give both of them a break from Carmela and Kalika when they decide to be little ornery brats and bully them or attack them in some fashion, because they just don't want them here. They want to be the only cats. And there would be a money issue, and there would be a gas issue. And so there's a lot of things to consider. And, before I do anything like that, I would have to sit down with Chelsea and figure out how we could do it. Because I would have to go during a week when Chris was not going to need the car for anything. But being gone for a solid week away from these cats, I don't know how Kalika and Carmela would. I feel like they might think that I had abandoned them, because the most that they're used to mommy being gone is 2 days. And both times that me and Carl have gone down there, it's only been for 2 days. So you can't really do a lot in that short span of time, Because it takes a certain degree of energy too, that you have to try and maintain within yourself when you're driving up the mountain. Like, if you're too tired or you're too low on energy, don't do it. Don't do it, because that's when, things could go really, really wrong. And I don't want somebody going up there for a positive experience and end up having a negative one that costs someone their life, or broken bones, or, anything like that. I did get over 6 minutes of footage. Don't mind him, he's chuckling at his silly book. Of Paisley crawling around on the floor and just being a baby. And it's absolutely adorable. And I believe I have it on my phone, but it would be too hard to show it on here. That would be more something like, if I could find a way, or Chris could show me a way to transfer it from my phone into the computer, and therefore from there be able to upload it onto YouTube so you guys could see it, to where it would, bring the picture out the way it was supposed to be. But I'll keep you guys updated and at least let you know, like when I'm able to finally talk to Chelsea myself. And she's had about a month roughly to really get her business up and get going so that we can, like if she gets a free minute or takes a day off or something, we can actually conversate on the phone and start making some long range plans. Not like we're going to do it the next day or anything, but just have an idea. I don't I don't know if mine does have a USB. I don't think it does.
What?
Mine doesn't have a USB cable, does it? Or an area, my phone.
Yeah. How do you think you charge it?
That's USB?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
See, I'm not
four-
the techie, so.
There's 4 different style of USB plugs. There's the main one, also called USB A.
Mm-hmm.
There's a USB B, which is the mini that some of our older phones had. Then there's the micro. Harold's phone has it. That's the smaller one that we have to use for our tablets too.
Yeah.
And then there's the USB-C, which is the one that actually plugs into your phone from the charging cable. The USB-C is the one that it doesn't matter which way you plug it in. It works either way.
Oh, wait. I don't think I did it on my phone. I think I did it on my Canon. I did it on my little Canon camera, guys. So I'll see if, sometime in a later, I'll see if I can catch Chris on a day when he's willing to do it, and I can get my Canon footage, video footage of Paisley. First download it onto my computer, and then once that's done, have Chris take me step by step through it if he wants, because I need to learn to do it myself anyway. Take me step by step through the process of transferring it from the computer, uploading it as video footage to here, to a live stream or YouTube at least, so you guys can see it that way. I don't remember how many months old Paisley is, but I think Chelsea said that she's wearing basically size 6 months to 9 already. Doesn't necessarily mean that she's 9 months old. She may be. I really don't know. I never thought to ask Chelsea when Paisley was actually born. So not only do we know Paisley's birthday, but we can at least try to send like a birthday card or something. And Holly and Brooke, if you guys are any good with like Google Maps or anything like that, and you want to physically see for yourself the area where Chelsea's at, I could, since it's only the 3 of us, it's only the 2 of you and me on here right now, I could type in her address long enough for you guys to copy it, and then when you're both done copying it, let me know, and then I will remove that section from the live stream so her personal information isn't being handed out to anybody. And you guys could Google map it or something and like zero in and possibly see, like you could even zero into the house and see the house. But the house, all I can tell you, is a bi-level. Like I said, it has 2 floors, doesn't have a basement, but the laundry room that you have to step down into that's outside of the bathroom, that is probably the closest thing to, a basement type area that they have. Because what Justin did was he built around it and made an outdoor enclosure, an indoor enclosure. So the boy's got skills, let me tell you that. But in order to type in her address, because yeah, I would have to type it in and not talk, because if I speak it out loud, then I don't know if that, I would have to literally go back through this and edit. So I'm going to have to move Kalika to do this, and she's not going to be happy because she's, you can see her head right here. She's laying right there on mommy's lap. So she's not going to be very happy. Hang on, baby. I'm sorry. Mommy got to type something. Okay, girls, get pen and paper ready. Whoop, wait a minute. Let me make sure I'm even, I always forget to activate this thing. Have to do that before I start typing it in. Hey, girls, here it comes. And when you both got it, let me know, and then I'll remove it from the live stream. Okay, Brooke, do you have it, sweetie? Because I want to make sure before I remove it. Do you have it? Have you got it written down? Let me give her a minute, Holly. She might be like running around trying to find a pen and paper or something, and or she might be busy doing something else. You got it, Brooke? Okay. All right. I wanted to make sure you both had it before I remove it. There we go. It's done removitated. So yeah, look it up on Google Maps and you guys might be able to see it, The color of their house is kind of like a light tan color, I think. And it's got a window up here and a door, but you don't go out that door. If you went out that door, you'd have a little bit of a drop and you'd probably break a leg, or worse, if you landed the right way, you would kill yourself. You could break your neck. And sadly, one of the girls there told me that sometimes things get so bad there because there's such disharmony going on right now. See, Juliana is the daughter of my niece, Chelsea. Okay. And she is a trouble kid. She is a problem starter. She is the one that will instigate fights and blame the other kids for stuff that she either coaxed them into doing, tricked them into doing, or some other mischievous little thing that she likes to do. Now, her and Logan, Juliana and Logan. Oh, the address, hun, was my niece, Chelsea. That's her address. So if you wanted to look it up on Google Maps and see if you could zero in on it so you could see what the area looked like, that's why I gave you the address. Because when you're doing something like Google Maps, you have to have a destination point. So, it would give you guys an idea of, like I said, the area around it, how many trees, how much woods, and I don't know if you guys would be able to pick up any energies magically or not just by viewing it, but it's definitely worth a look-see. because their house is the biggest of the three. The house that Justin also owns, that's right across from their place, is several feet that direction. And I don't know if you'll be able to zero in on that, but I think that's a white house. And then there's this road that kind of goes around this way. Like if you're at Chelsea's place and you go out, you go straight up the hill. You go straight up the hill. On the left is the trailer of Bill and Thelma. They are a couple of their neighbors, that live up there or whatever, I guess. And, so there's like actually 3 significant properties. 2 of the 3, Justin actually owns. I don't know if he owns the trailer that Thelma and Bill are in or not. But it's a beautiful place. And since I don't know, how soon any of us is going to be able to go actually physically go up there together, that's where I came up with I know. I'll punch in the address. You guys write it down. And then when you both got it, let me know. And then I removed it. You saw that I removed it. So nobody else can get that information. And just see what you guys can find. See how close you can kind of zoom in and see the property line. And frickin' scalp has been itching like crazy. And sadly, I'm wondering if it's either I have fried my scalp because I've dyed my hair too many times in like quick successions of each other, or I'm possibly allergic to the shampoo that I've been using. And I really hope it's not the shampoo, because if it's the shampoo, that means I have a full bottle of the same shampoo that now I'm not going to be able to use, because if it's going to keep causing sores in my head and scabs and stuff, and it itches. And then when I try to itch it, kind of like a scalp irritation, or I don't know if, not cradle cap, but like there's some, I know, scalp conditions that people can have where I don't know if any of them, really ever get plagued with scabs and stuff. But all I can tell you girls is it itches. And no, it's not head lice, because as much hair dye as I put in my hair, they wouldn't survive it. It itches, and when I scratch it, it hurts. But at least the rash on the back of my neck, hopefully, has been cleared up. And it took my mom and Jim putting on some, actually it was Jim, put on some liquid Benadryl, basically a Benadryl type salve that they rubbed on that rash. And it's like, psh, and it just cleared it right up. It's like, it feels like it's pretty much completely gone, and I'm just getting very little itching now. And yes, I have actually, I will scratch my head a lot too, because sometimes, like if it was head lice, something like VO5 hot oil treatment for your hair, you could be right. It could be something like that it needs. But because I have oily hair already, if I do a hot oil treatment, I'm not sure if that would make the oil worse, or if it would somehow maybe balance it out, because I've always had oily hair. So like literally, every other day, a lot of times, especially if you're sweating a lot, which I do sweat a lot up here in this apartment because it's so hot and dry, that it doesn't take long, for my hair to be dirty and stuff again, to get dirty. And I can tell when it's really dirty because I'll start getting a headache, and the oil of it will start weighing on my scalp. It's like somebody is very slowly like pulling on my hair, and they just won't quit. It really, I don't need the headaches for sure. Let's see. I think that's pretty much about everything. But, Chelsea did say, that they have seen, like I said, shadow people up there. They have felt other forces that they didn't know what it was. They couldn't quite decipher what it was. And it scared them. I mean, if I was out in the middle of the woods, like if I would have been with them the first time they experienced this, I might have been just as afraid as them. But then before I got too absolutely frozen with fear or terrified to the point that I paralyzed myself and couldn't move, then I would calm myself down and I would try to be prepared before we went by calling them and say, look, we're coming up to visit. Please don't attack us. Yeah, I think I should see, because there's so many out there, but to get a shampoo like a 2-in-1 would be ideal for me, because the thing about cream rinse, when you have cream rinse separate from the shampoo, then it's more work and it tends to cost more, because if I'm going to do cream rinse, I try to get a decently sized bottle so I know it's going to last a while. But yeah, I'll have to look into some of the 2-in-1s, Holly, and Brooke, that's good for oily hair, that can give my scalp the moisture that it needs, so I don't have the itching, the scratching, the scabs, because I don't know if the scabs are like psoriasis or something like that. I don't know, like various different scalp conditions that exist. Dove makes an excellent product. Cleans, it balances the pH levels, and it rinses out clean. Okay, so Dove, that's a good possibility. No residue left behind. Okay. And Dove is a product that I definitely support, because my mom, she's always been a very strong lover of Dove soap. Like, she would use the bar soaps for her face, and to clean her whole body off. But they do have body washes too now that are also Dove. So yeah, I'll definitely look into getting me some Dove that can help with the scalp condition. If it is a scalp condition, get rid of the scabbing and the itching and the hurting and then still be able to rinse clean, like you said, where there's no residue left behind. Hello, brat kitty, what you doing? Oh, what's my brat kitty doing? Because another way that would react, like if by some miracle I could take one of my cats, which my first choice would be Kalia, but I just don't see it very plausible. I don't see it happening. But if I could, and she was willing, then she would be able to tell if there was something dangerous in the area. Her hackles would raise. You want shampoo with 0 sulfates in it, as it's really bad. Okay, 0 sulfites. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to remember that, Brooke. Because yeah, I don't want to put even more stuff in my hair that's just going to make it worse. And my hair's tangled. I haven't even brushed it yet. You saw me. I took it down, but I haven't taken a brush to it. Just from residue being left behind. If the water isn't running clear when you rinse your hair, then there's still shampoo and conditioner. Yeah, it could see that's another plausibility. Listen to me. But it's another possibility of something that maybe happened, is that the shower that we're using, because the pipes are not properly cleaned inside of it and stuff, that yeah, there could be particles that's falling down into my scalp as I'm shampooing my hair and stuff that I'm just not aware of. And I don't really feel it until I get out of the shower and my hair starts drying. That's because when it gets to a certain point of being dry, that's when the itching starts. Like right now already, it's starting. Okay, Kalika, lay down. There you go. Yeah, please don't claw mommy's chest, because that would hurt. You can put your paws, just be careful with the claws, because the claws hurt mommy. So that's some other stuff that I will definitely look up. As far as shampoos and stuff. Ow. and try to find some that maybe would be better for my hair and color friendly too, meaning it's not going to take the color out of my hair. It'll just help to keep it in there longer, but also not make your hair feel like, a freaking a cube of straw, like it's real dry and bleh, just feels like hay. It's been sitting out in the sun and gotten too dry. So I've left both of my pillows, Holly, just to give you a recap of earlier in the live stream. Excuse me, I left both of my pillows down in Kentucky. I left my angel pillow for my head and my leg pillow. So last night became an interesting challenge, but I was very fortunate. Speaking of which, oh crap, now I can't get up because Kalika when Kalika lays down on my lap, I try not to move unless I'm like in a great deal of pain or I got to get up and use the bathroom, or I was just getting ready to get up and go get my unicorn pillow and show you guys what I'm talking about. But because of this unicorn pillow critter that Maria got me, Norma, my friend Norma, that I call sister, she got me a while back from Sam's Club. I think it was either Sam's Club or Costco. Actually, I think that was when we went to Costco. It's a unicorn, and she's got purple and pink and blue colors in her. And she's just a big, fluffy, cuddly thing. Hi, Michael. Love you too, baby. Wish you were here, watching my live stream. I'd be tickled pink. Golly. Because I told Brooke that I would show her the pillow. So I was able to use that pillow last night for my head. I call her Cosmica because she definitely looks cosmic. She's got those cosmic signature colors, and she's got little stars in her and stuff too. That's part of the material. I used her as my head pillow, and I used one of my little Star Wars pillows as my leg pillow, and they did okay. I was able to sleep comfortably and everything. So, that's the main thing. I wish you guys could see. Can you see the way she's laying on me? She has this weird thing that she does where it's almost like she's flying. And she has her paws straight out in front of her, and she'll just lay like that on my lap. Hey, BB. It's cute. It's just typical Kalika. Oh, now you only got one up there, huh? Okay. Is that your way of saying my mommy? Nobody's allowed to have you because you're all mine, and I don't want to share. Is that it? Now she's just got one paw on me, and now that looks even cuter. So yeah, I'm upset. Yeah, a little bit disappointed in myself that I left my pillows down there, but at least I have something that works just as well and will do until I can either get down there to get them or get down to Kentucky sometime to get my pillows, or leave them down there and just buy new ones. And then that way, when I'm down there, I'll have a set. And when I'm home here, I'll have a set. So I won't ever have to take a set with me because there's already going to be a set down there. And I don't know Justin that well yet, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised if at some point in the future, if it's feasible and possible and ain't going to cost them a crap ton of money, they might actually be willing to build an addition onto the house that would be my room. So that way, if I went down there to actually stay for a week or something, I'd have my own room to stay in, and I wouldn't feel like I was taking somebody else's, And I can sleep on Chelsea's couch okay. I was able to determine that, but I still, because I move around so much in my sleep, in order to be able to sleep comfortably, I would still I would rather have me an air mattress that I can lay on, and be comfortable and have my own room. And I just hope that when and if Carl actually does start moving his stuff down there, because Justin said he's willing to come up and get it, you know, and drag it down there with some of his people, some of our people, friends of his, you know, that will get it down there. And Carl, you know, but I hope it works out, because Carl has issues. Holy mother of wow. So I would just hate, you know, for Carl to get down there and get settled and get moved in and everything like that, and then everything just goes horribly wrong. Uh-oh. It said one of you popped off of here. Holly may have had to leave. If you did, Holly, that's fine, hun. Thanks for staying as long as you did. Or if it's you, Brooke, same thing. You know, if you have to go or something, honey, let me know, and I'll just go ahead and end the live stream. Okay, Brooke, did we lose you? Well, that's weird. That is bizarre, because it's only showing the number 1 on the top of the live stream that has the 2 little people figures that's just like the head and the top part of the shoulders. Ah, that's weird. Well, more witchy weirdness, I guess, right? Oh, but that's okay. So yeah, you know, just a lot of plans and a lot of options to play around with. Okay, yeah, go ahead, sweetie, if you need to. So, Holly, yeah, it is strange, because I see it clear as day. Right now it says just that there's one person on here, and you're both still here. It's like, witchy weirdness. Let's see. What else? Oh yeah, I mean, I wanted to show the pillow, so I'll try to stay on here, give her a little bit of time on my lap. Refresh my page, but it still says only one is watching. Weird. Yes. Oh no, we're being attacked by the banshees. They're messing up our live stream. Please don't. Oh, golly crap. Had to put my foot down, because the way I had it braced on this crate in front of me, which is what I use for a bookcase, I have to put it down, put my leg down slowly and carefully, so Kalika doesn't automatically think that she's got to get down. You know, if I move the slightest little bit, she'll jump up thinking, oh, that's mom saying that I have to get down. That's not always the case. Sometimes I just have to move a little bit to adjust my body so that I can sit here comfortably and still live stream and have her on my lap and one hand on her and one hand controlling the mouse. Let's see. Oh, I know. Holly, have you guys done any other investigations? Have you been able to get out there and do any others right now, or you guys kind of just at a dead time? I did finally watch, Holly, the 17 some odd minutes footage that you guys did. Oh, really? Next week? Cool. Are you allowed to say where you're going, or is it supposed to be a surprise? In the meantime, I'm doing recordings in my house. Ooh, have you found anything interesting that way? I've been meaning to do another overnight, but I keep forgetting. So, you know, I might do a live stream later or something and just let it run before I go to bed, just to see if I do pick up anything. Okay, she got down. I'm going to go get Cosmica. Beep. You're okay. You're all right. Mommy just walking past, and I kind of figured you'd be in there. You mommy snagging me, you little brat. This is my fluffy, very soft, very squeezy. Nope, no details being given away yet. Okay. This is my my fancy pillow. What do they call these things? Squashmallows. Squeeze and cuddle me. They have a kitty cat, a unicorn, which I have, a dog, and a snail. And it says, collect us all. Oh, she has a name. Her name's Kimio. Kimio, or is that Q? I think it's O. Kimio. Baking cakes and planning parties are two of Kimia's A. Oh, it's meant to be an A. Okay. Kimia's favorite activities. She and her best friend Treasure plan parties for their friends. Treasure works on the decorations while Camilla does the menu. They make quite a team. So she's a squishmallow. She's a squishmallow. Oh, crap. Murder? Holy mother of wow. Woof.
I did not murder anyone.
No, but Holly's having some serious paranormal stuff going on. Holy mother. Well, woo. That's always creepy, huh? Wow. Well, I'm happy for you guys. But see, she's some pretty colors, and see the little stars in her. So to me, are the little white dots, but to me they're stars. She's got pink and purple and blue, and she was the perfect head pillow. And this is what Maria got me. What one did she get for herself? I'm trying to remember. I think she got the kitty cat. I think she got the blue kitty cat. So this blue color here that you see in her right here it looks like the color of the kitty cat. Or maybe, yeah, it looks like kind of like a mint green or a blue green of some type. Yeah. Yeah, I would be too. I'll definitely try to get me another I'll do an overnight where I leave my camera running all night. Trying really hard to get 1,000 subs so we can go live with our investigations. Yeah. That would be nice. I'm sorry if the magic hasn't quite, panned out for that, Holly, because remember I lit a candle for you a while back asking for, I think you said you needed 234 more subs or something like that. So that's what I focused on. But again, sometimes magic it'll happen quickly. Other times it won't happen. I mean, it'll take some time. So I hope that you guys reach the goal. I really do. I was going to see if there was anything on here from Lacey. She's one of the girls down there. She's one of the teenagers. Don't think there is. None that I've noticed. There's Chelsea. Hey, BFF. Maybe that's her. Yep, I think this is Lacey. Okay. I'm going to add contact and hope that I'm right. Give me a minute, girls. I got to type her information in because she calls me BFF. So, and this was at 3:01 yesterday, and that was about when me and Carl had just recently, we were on the road and getting ready to head back. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you guys are getting there, Holly. Okay. Save to. me see if I can find a pretty picture for her. If it'll even let me. Add to existing. Yep. Okay, there we go. It was really cute. I felt so bad for Lacey yesterday. She over the weekend, and according to Chelsea, she knew I was coming. And, so when she didn't come home that first night, we were all kind of confused as to why that was, because we everybody thought that she was in, all anxious and everything and looking forward to seeing me again, but she didn't show up. She was staying with a friend. She had band that night. She's in the band at her school, I guess, and they had a football game that was going on that me and Carl had passed on our way to Chelsea's.
Oh.
Excuse me, and that's one of the pictures that I snapped. I don't know how well it came out because I haven't looked at my pictures on my Canon yet. But give me a minute, girls. I'm going to go get me a bowl of cereal or something because I'm getting hungry again, and it's been a few hours since I last ate my 2 breakfast burritos because Chris got us a new microwave. He put it on his credit card, and I can have my pizza rolls now. I can have my burritos again, so I'm all happy about that. So I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab me a bowl of cereal because it's something quick and easy, and at least maybe my tummy will stop growling. Look out, baby. And while there's still milk, because we're getting low, we're almost out of milk. Flippity-doo-dah, flippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Oh, wait, I think that's the big turkey spoon. I want the big turkey spoon. Yep. That's the big turkey spoon. Okay. Kind of flip about this. Oh! Sometimes I get these so full that I have to eat a little bit before I can.
since you're eating so late, I guess we're going to be doing the cowboy dinner.
Sorry. I was just hungry and you were stuck in your book.
Yeah, and it's only 3:30.
So Reese's Puffs or whatever cereal's my dinner, I guess. I get hungry later, I could just fix me some pizza rolls or something. Christmas. As far as I know, Holly, most likely we're going to be probably doing it over at my mom's if mom even has a Christmas this year. Because right now I have no money to even buy any Christmas for anyone. If I was going to do any Christmas shopping, I would have to literally do it with my next check that I get at the end of this month. I would like to do that, Holly, but there's just no room. There's too much stuff in here. There's too much clutter. We don't even have a place to set up a tree. So the closest to being able to decorate anything for Christmas, I'll probably have to do down at Maria's apartment. But down there, any decorations that she puts up, we would have to be very selective and careful what we choose. And putting up a tree, she wouldn't be able to decorate it because cat Tiki would be climbing it and tearing it up. But I feel like, sadly, I feel like my mom has just given up on everything. Like she doesn't even want to celebrate holidays anymore. Hopefully our daughter Alicia will come by. And if Grandma, what she would consider to be Grandma, that is, if my mom decides to have Christmas at her house, let me just say this, I'll be surprised because she doesn't have a whole lot of room to put anything up either. Exactly. Yeah, so no tree decorating here as much as I'd love to do it. And probably, like I said, downstairs we'll probably have to go with one of those like little not tree tops, tabletop trees that you can do that's kind of on the small side and just not even bother to decorate it because any decorations we put on it, those cats are going to destroy. Especially Tiggy, because she was born on Maria's birthday last year, which Maria's birthday's, December 1st. So this December 1st coming up, Tiggy will officially be 1 year old by human standards, but by cat, I couldn't tell you. Tiggy is a little spitfire, that cat. There you go. That's a good way to do it, Holly. Just, if you're going to do it where the cats can't get to it. That's a lot better. I've been trying to get Chelsea and some of them down there, as many that would be willing to get on YouTube and watch and sub to my channel, which would be nice. Now I'm dumping milk down my front. Figures. I just have to be wearing a black shirt, don't I?
I'm not saying a word.
Of course you're not. Because you would just say something mean, hurtful, or along the teasing line, but I would take it wrong. Chris thinks I should find myself a giant bib that an adult can wear. Yeah. Of course, my nose won't stop itching, so I've got a case of the nose itches too. I always drink my milk because now it tastes like the cereal, of course. But because it has chocolate elements in it, I don't let any of our, quit, Kalika! Leave him alone! I don't let any of our cats drink the milk when I'm doing Reese's Puffs because it does have elements of chocolate in it and I don't want it to hurt them. So anyway, I never finished about Lacey. So She knew that I was coming. She claimed that she didn't. And she did not show up until the very moment when me and Carl were literally walking out the door and getting ready to leave to drive back home. And then she got very sad. And then she got mad, I guess. And I turned around and noticed that she was there. And I was like, oh, hey, sweetie, how you doing? And she's like, I was like, you were the one that didn't show up. And she's like, I'm sorry, I just sort of forgot. But Chelsea's like, no, she didn't forget. She's like, no, she knew that you were coming. And we thought that she would be all too easy or not easy, or all too determined to make an appearance so that I could have had some time with her too. But Juliana, she is the child that I think we're going to have the most issues with. Now, even though I'm her aunt, before I set myself up to have any private one-on-one talks with Juliana and myself, I will first talk with Chelsea about it. Tell her, that, if you want to be a witness, honey, you're absolutely welcome. This is your daughter. But at least I'm not like going behind your back and having a conversation with her. I'm doing the right thing by coming to you first and asking permission and leaving, the option open that if you want to be, if you want the three of us to sit down and have a discussion, that's fine too. But Julie and Logan, excuse me, they both have the same dad. Excuse me, his name is Mike. And this guy was more concerned with playing video games and being stoned all the time and having his friend sitting there next to him in what was supposed to be him and Chelsea's bedroom at the time. Chelsea finally, she gave up with him. She said she wised up and got away from him, and I'm glad she did. So Julie and Logan have Mike as their father. This guy named Michael is their father. And nose quit itching. Dang it. And they're not very happy with him right now because that jerk is not making the slightest bit of effort whatsoever to not only call Chelsea and ask permission, but set up a time to come and get Julie and Logan so that he can have some time with them. He just don't care. And because of that, I think it's causing a lot of problems with Chelsea's daughter, Julie, because she's lashing out at her dad. So the talk would be somewhere more along the lines of, sweetie, why do you do these things? Do you feel like you're not getting enough attention? Do you feel like, you're getting pushed aside, like mommy's focusing on the baby and not you, or she's focusing on everybody but you? Because I can promise you that's not the situation at all. Mommy is doing a lot right now, and she needs your help. Julie, you can get these kids to help you, clean this place up, do it more often, so it's less that Chelsea has to stress about, and she can focus on getting her business going so that she can get more money coming in for you guys. And you can have nicer things, So you got to meet her halfway and try to help Julie understand that she is not any less important to us than any of the other kids. But we have to come up with a compromise. We have to sit down and figure out a system that will work for those kids where everybody feels included. Everybody is having a part in whatever's going on, and everybody feels like they're getting equal time with the adults, and then have their time together as kids where, they're outside playing and stuff like that, because the majority of the time that's what they do. They play outside. I mean, I saw the girls and Chandler, which is a boy. He's the son of Brad, who once again is the brother of Justin, who is the boyfriend of Chelsea. So Chandler and the girls I watched them climb the mountain Sunday, I think it was. It was Sunday, it was early in the day, or it was early in the afternoon or something like that. Like I said, I just remembered that, there wasn't much more time that was going to pass before we were getting ready. Me and Carl were getting ready to leave. Like we were literally getting ready to walk out the door. So Lacey missed out, and it's her own fault. And I will tell her that the next time I talk to her. But Julie, I think we need to start with her as far as what can we do as adults to make Julie get some of this anger out, but don't do it in the way that she's doing it by causing fights, instigating stuff, and then getting the kids blamed for stuff that she is coaxing them into doing. Okay? Because Julie is really tall. Like I said, she's about the same height as me. And for the other girls in the party that I'm speaking of, they're a lot smaller. Like they're more toddler size. Like I'm talking the age of 6 and stuff like that. Julie, I guess, is more in the 12 bracket or close to the age of the boys, which there's 2 boys that belong to Brad. One of them, his name is Chandler, and the other one, I'm pretty sure his name was Aiden. And they also have a little sister, and I'm trying to think of what her name is. Ariana, or Ari, like they call her Ari, but her actual name is Ariana, which I think is really pretty. She's what I call my little unicorn girl, my little unicorn princess, because she loves unicorn stuff like me. She gets these little like books that you can write in and stuff that is, about yay big, about the size of what a lot of us would consider like the old address books, when they were really tiny and you could slip them in a pants pocket or a shirt pocket or something, excuse me. So I think once we get Julie squared away, then we can work on the other kids and trying to create some harmony in the house and teach the kids some good life skills and teach them to do the cleaning and stuff and keeping things picked up and tidy, help with the dishes, help keep the baby's bottles washed out and rinsed out real good and filled, however many she gives the baby a day. She kind of does a combination of Chelsea will give Paisley some baby food out of a jar, and she'll like put it in a little bowl or something with the little baby spoon and then whole deal. And then she will give Paisley a bottle that's a combination of milk and Similac kind of powder, so that it's more filling for her. And when Carl was there, I think it was Saturday, him and Chelsea at one point during the day, because nobody else was available to take her. And I figured, it would give them some time alone together as father and daughter, which they don't get to do very often or whatever. So Chelsea and Carl went to the store, but the store was, a good 30 minutes or so away or something like that. I think they had to physically go into one of the surrounding towns in that area or whatever to actually be able to go to a Walmart. And Chelsea was able to get the stuff that she was able to get, and she was able to get her WIC stuff, which is supposed to, I'm sure you girls know what WIC means, or at least Holly, you should probably know. But WIC is that program that they have that will help feed a family that otherwise won't be fed. And it will help a struggling mother that, especially when she's single and she's trying to raise her kids herself. Now, Chelsea's not single. You know, her and Justin are together, but they haven't like even so much as discussed any kind of wedding plans or anything. Like they're going to get married at some point in the future. They've already pretty much, they consider themselves a couple. The kids, they don't seem to have a problem calling Justin dad, you know. So, hey, you know, whatever works. I mean, just allow it to happen. Go for it. Like you said, Holly, go for it, you know. Be positive, think positive, feel positive, faith, trust, faith, trust. You got to build it somehow. But at the same time, my goof butt brother, Carl, needs to try to be a better personality. And we just don't ever see that happening. So this is why I would prefer, if at all possible, just going down there, making trips myself in our car, than riding down there with Carl again and only being able to stay for 2 days. And there's too much that goes on usually in those 2 days. It makes it impossible to plan anything. You know, even if the kids took me up on my cleaning game thing that I was going to present them with to try and encourage them to start cleaning around the house more, and also setting up a reward system for them so that the one that gets the most done in the least amount of time without complaint and without instigating fights in the other kids, they will give, like when I'm down there, during the times when I'm down there visiting, I will look at the chart. I will see who did the best, and whoever did the best, then I will like give them extra time with me. Like we'll go off by ourselves, just the two of us, and we'll do something special together, you know, and I will ask them, you know, what would you like to do? Do you want to go somewhere where it's just the two of us and we can maybe summon the fairies? Or did you want to go some other direction? You know, but set up a reward system for them. And thank you, Brooke. You know, and make it fun. Make it fun for them. And at the same time, impress upon them that if they don't do this and they don't get themselves into these type of good habits that will help them later in life as far as life skills and experience, so that when it's their turn to be the mom and it's their turn to be the parent, then they will have the experience from their childhood to bring forward into their adulthood and remember what their mother said. Try it this way. Do it this way. Sometimes you got to play around with a couple different ways of doing things before you find what works. Once you find what works, absolutely stick with it as long as you can. But if it starts getting old and stale and blah, then just redo, you know, set up another way of doing things and another way to approach things. And because I don't know if like any of the kids have like homework or anything like that. There's, because the age groups and differences, I don't know who goes to what school. Like, for instance, I don't know if Logan and Juliana go to the same school together or not. They, you know, they might not. Like, Logan might go to one school and she might go to another. I don't really know because I've never thought to ask them, but I will try to remember to one of these times. Well, girls, it's like 3:45 our time, Eastern Standard. I've been live streaming for about a little over 5 hours and some odd minutes and seconds and all that. So I guess I'm going to go ahead and end this, say goodbye to my lovely ladies, and go take a nap. Because now that I've gone through what I went through these over the weekend, as much as I loved it, I have to recoup. So I love you girls, and blessed be. Thanks for coming and hanging. And I will see you guys on the next live stream or something, okay? Love you, sweetie. Bye. See you later, Holly.